Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐵𝐲 on Wattpad. Now let's start. If there was one thing that Izuku Midoriya had learned, it was that part of being a hero was being prepared for the unexpected. Between nearly dying multiple times within a few months and being allowed to achieve his dream in potentially the most incredible yet grotesque way possible. He swore he could still taste shampoo most days. Izuku tried to mold himself to catch the curve ball that were his life. However, nothing could quite prepare him for the words his teacher, Aizawa Shoyuda, was about to tell him when he was called into the teacher's lounge. Eri has been replaced by an alternate version of herself. The teacher spoke plainly, practically deadpanning. It took a few moments for Izuku to respond, his eyes widening as his jaw dropped as far as it would go. "See, come again." Aizawa sighed. "You best come with me, Midoriya. We'll walk and talk." The teacher slumped off his chair, his movements almost as tired as his expression. Izuku blustered as he moved to follow his teacher out into the hall. A million questions were bottlenecking in his throat as Aizawa began. "I'll start from the beginning. Eri's quirk has seemingly accidentally triggered." "Seemingly?" Izuku questioned in disbelief. "Seemingly. I wasn't there when it happened. Ask Mirio for those details when we get there," he drawled. Izuku's expression matched the weary tone of paint that lined the hallway walls. He couldn't help but wonder if that was an excuse so that his sensei wouldn't have to explain more than he had to. Izuku respected his teacher but had learned that Eraserhead was not above passing on work that he deemed illogical for himself. "To be honest, Midoriya, I'm not entirely convinced." Aizawa's expression became wearier. "However, I also know Eri isn't one to lie or fake being as out of place and scared as she was. Regardless of what actually happened, something is clearly affecting her." A frown began to form on Izuku's face. He and many others had done so much to make the girl smile. Now fate seemed to want nothing more than for her to suffer again. "What can I do to help?" he almost shouted. A faint smile passed the teacher's expression, seeing the resolve in his student's eyes. "Well, Midoriya, that's why you're here." He paused outside a small conference room and turned to look directly at Izuku. A somewhat devious smirk adorned his features. "She asked to see you specifically. I won't ruin the surprise. But I'd brace myself if I were you." Izuku didn't know how to feel about the expression he was faced with. He could count the number of times he'd seen his teacher smile on one hand. He didn't know whether to feel frightened or excited that he was about to witness what created that smile. Aizawa moved to open the door, leading him into the room, before a loud childish squeal filled the room. "Papa!" Eri screamed with joy. Izuku first thought that Eri was referring to his teacher. However, that quickly changed when the young child nigh perfectly emulated a football tackle straight into his stomach. Hi Eri. Wait, what did you say?" he said as his brain began to catch up with his body. "She wanted to see you so badly, Midoriya. I'm kinda jealous." "Almost." Izuku turned to face the voice of Mirio Togata, noting the ever-present smile on his face, currently looking more like 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐵𝐲 grin. The greenette immediately faced down at the child in his arms. Then to his teacher, then to Mirio again. Each head swivel brought ever-increasing amounts of sweat and panic to his face. "Can someone please explain what's going on?" Mirio proved rather unhelpful in this regard as he leaned forward in his chair, clutching his guts as he heaved with laughter. His teacher was offering only a smirk in response to his personal chaos. It was Eri who spoke first. A mix of relief and anxiety was sewn into her voice. "Papa, I'm so glad you're here. Uncle Mirio and Uncle Aizawa keep telling me weird things, like you being a high school." "Wait, Papa, why are you so short?" She tilted her head to the side. Izuku didn't know how to respond, so his instincts as a human interaction savant took over. "Why are you calling me Papa, Eri?" he exclaimed in perplexed terror. Eri was clearly taken aback by Izuku's response, even going so far as to look hurt by his words, and he immediately regretted it. Because you're my papa, don't you know that? She cried. Izuku desperately tried to make amends, but Aizawa beat him to the punch. Eri, I hate to say this, but all that weird stuff we told you earlier was the truth. Does this Midoriya look like the same one who adopted you? Eri gripped tightly onto Izuku's shirt, tears beginning to well up in her eyes as she faced downwards and choked out. Izuku's heart broke seeing the girl in pain like this. His heroic instincts kicked in, kneeling down to her level while placing one hand gently atop her head. Eri, look at me. The girl looked up at him, her eyes wet with tears streaming down her face. I may not be the Midoriya that you know, but I'm still a hero who does everything he can to make those in trouble smile. So I promise that I will do everything I can to help you. You're not alone. Izuku took Eri into his arms, giving her a big hug as the girl's sobs began to fade. Izuku pulled back slightly, facing Eri with as big and genuine a smile as he could muster, even going as far as dipping into his training with his all-might face. I won't force you, Eri, but I'd like to hear about this other me. Would you mind telling me? Eri shook her head, a smile beginning to show on her again. My papa is the coolest hero ever. His hero name is Valiant, and he can turn into a big green dragon and breathe fire and fly. Can you turn into a dragon? Dragons are the coolest. The moment Eri spoke, everything she wanted to say about this other him, who had apparently adopted her, came flooding out all at once. A dragon. No, I can't do that. Wait, Valiant. Not Deku. The boy asked, very bewildered. What's a Deku? The girl tilted her head to the side. What's a Deku? What's a Deku? Izuku screamed inside his head. Can turn into a dragon. Suddenly and utterly losing composure, the influx of information made his eyes glaze over. Not Papa, are you okay? Eri asked, somewhat concerned. Izuku didn't know what to do with himself. He had just learned that there was possibly a version of himself that not only was lucky enough to be born with a quirk but had arguably one of the most prominent quirks one could imagine, offering strength, durability, versatility, and mobility in one neat package, if Ryukyu was anything to go by. Sure, he wasn't even sure whether this other version of him was real. But considering what he knew about Eri and her quirk, there was still a possibility that he was real. And as far as his self-esteem was concerned, that was enough. To say Izuku was jealous wouldn't be inaccurate, but it would significantly undersell the swirl of emotions he was feeling now. He had never considered the possibility of being the offshoot version of himself that got ed by life. He couldn't stop thinking. Why him? Why wasn't he like Valiant? Why was he Deku? But he couldn't just sit there unresponsive to poor Eri. Shaking his head, he looked towards her. Wow, your papa sounds really cool, Eri. He tried to be as genuine as he could. Her face lit up again in response. I know, and my mama is just as cool. She has the same quirk as Papa, but she's not as big and doesn't glow green. Hold on, Mama. This other him was with someone on top of everything else. Curiosity got the better of him. Mary, who is your mama? The girl's face lit up again as if she just remembered something massively important. She's Ryukyu, the dragoon hero. She and Papa love each other a lot. Izuku's jaw dropped to the floor. Figuratively, of course, but it had made an impressive attempt. My other self is in a relationship with Ryukyu. He had to force himself to slow down and think. The number 10 hero in the country. That Ryukyu, and was raising Eri with her. Izuku had never experienced actual indignation before, jealousy, sure. He had many moments where he wished he had a quirk like those around him, especially 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲. But it's different when it's another you. A version of yourself that you could have been. Well, at least he still had one for all. Wait. Glow green. No way, it couldn't be. One of the reasons All Might gave him one for all was because he was quirkless. He couldn't have one for all on top of an existing powerful quirk, could he? Though curious, Izuku couldn't bring himself to ask for several reasons. 1, to maintain the secret, and 2, he was afraid of the answer. What would it mean? Had all he suffered by being quirkless been for naught? Could Izuku have had it better if he'd had a quirk, after all? But just as he thought this, something else struck him. Hold on, I'm still in high school. How is this other me raising a kid with Ryukyu? He looked at everyone around him. Wait a moment. Eri thought you being a high school was weird. But Mirio, done with his laughing a while ago, spoke up. Apparently, where she's from, UA is a university. Also, side note Midoriya, those were some crazy and slightly disturbing faces you were making there. He said with an awkward grin. Izuku dearly hoped that he wasn't mumbling while deep in thought again. Well, regardless, that explains a few things. This Valiant was at least 18 years old, making it not only legally possible to adopt a child but also not illegal to be dating a woman around a decade older than him. But that's still a sizable age gap. How did that relationship even happen? Wait, does that mean Ryukyu is a cougar? Holy CRP. Is the other me dating a cougar? Izuku practically shouted. Weren't you listening? Mama is a dragon, not a cougar. The little girl pouted. Izuku reflexively put a hand over his mouth. Boy, he did not mean to say that out loud in front of Eri. Thank goodness the girl was too innocent to understand what he meant. But directly behind him, he could feel a bone-chilling pressure brushing against his back. Watch that tongue, problem child. The teacher glared. The student could only gulp and nod in response before Mirio piped up again, recovering from a laughing fit. Actually, Midoriya. Also, where this Eri comes from, you and Ryukyu are the same age and enrolled at UA. The senior offered placatingly. We're both at UA together. Izuku was shocked, to say the least. Papa and Mama have been together since they were kids. The child chirped. That long. Wait, so where he had no one growing up, his other self had a girlfriend. Are you serious? Izuku was now actively trying to make his mind not turn to his insecurities and prevent having a meltdown, so he looked for something else to focus on. Wait, isn't Eri's quirk associated with time? This other reality sounds like a lot more than a time difference. It's like everything changed. If this is all true, how did Eri's quirk do this? Izuku couldn't wrap his mind around all these discrepancies. So much was different, from people's ages to the nature of this school, that all couldn't be affected by time alone, could it? Aizawa motioned to speak in what could only be described as a dire drawl. To be frank, we aren't sure ourselves. However, Mirio can confirm that Eri's quirk triggered just before this all occurred. Mirio nodded in response. It happened when I showed Eri how to make fart noises with her armpit. The senior grinned. Izuku sighed a little at his senior's behavior. Does that mean Eri can trigger her quirk via her armpits? Kinda like how Uraraka activates hers with her fingers. Wait, no, now is not the time for quirk analysis. Even if that was a trigger, which it likely wasn't, if Eri's quirk triggered again, there is no telling what would happen. So, what do we do now? Izuku asked. Aizawa chimed in again. Well, now that Eri has better accepted her circumstances. Izuku should have figured there was something more to his role when he was brought here. Although this seems a little harsh to be dumping reality on a 7-year-old like this, let alone one with volatile powers like Eri's. Though he assumed his sensei had his reasons. I now have to debate whether or not to contact Ryukyu. The teacher almost sighed out the last part. Come again. Mirio interjected. Contact her. But Izuku asked. Sure, Eri saw her as a mother figure, but getting Ryukyu involved seemed a bit much. She was the number 10 hero, after all. She had many responsibilities as it was. Because I'm going to see if I can get her to take Eri in. At least for a while. Aizawa definitely sighed this time. What? Izuku cried out. For starters, I already explained what as to how. I have my ways. And finally, because Eri has made it clear she isn't comfortable without the presence of who she sees as her parents. It would be cruel of me if I didn't at least try, as illogical a request it is. He groaned. Izuku was still concerned. What about Eri's quirk? She had just lost control again. And before you ask, I'll check in several times a week to ensure everything is okay. the teacher said like he read Izuku's mind. But that's probably not going to be enough, so I'll have to discuss this in length with Nizu later. Izuku still wasn't sold. Wouldn't it be safer to just have Ryukyu visit once in a while? Aizawa deflated. You're not wrong. It would be. But Eri's present state of mind makes it uncomfortable for her to be here. If her quirk triggers again due to stress, that'll only cause more problems. Especially if it is capable of what we've seen here. And I can't watch her 24/7 to ensure that doesn't happen. Izuku couldn't help but think. If stress was such a big deal, why were you so harsh earlier? Aizawa made a face, suggesting he could gauge what Izuku was thinking. Sometimes, Midoriya, you have to be HRD on people to save them from later pain. Pain I might not be able to prevent if I'm not there. He said as he pointed at his eyes. It's better she learns the truth now. Breaking into their conversation, Eri bounded excitedly, hearing only the parts she cared to listen to. Uncle Aizawa. Does that mean I might get to see Mama? The small girl trilled happily. The teacher nodded, hiding a tiny smile under his capture scarf as he looked at her. Can Pa Midoriya come too? The girl asked excitedly. That depends. Midoriya. Aizawa turned to face his student. Izuku never knew his father that well, outside of the rare visits he'd make on certain holidays due to him being continually overseas for his job, keeping the family supported. Izuku didn't want Eri to know what that was like. She deserved to have some semblance of a father figure in her life. Izuku looked at his teacher's gaze and then turned to face the girl next to him. Only one question on his mind. Would it make you happy to call me Papa, Eri? He asked with a soft yet earnest tone. Yes. The girl shouted. And that was all he needed to hear. Smiling and nodding at Eri, he turned to face his teacher and nodded again. I'll be there. Izuku said confidently. Concerns still plagued the brunette's mind, but if it meant making Eri smile, he'd go the distance. Ryuko Tatsuma was composing a report on a recent arrest in her office. It was unquestionably the dullest feature of her job, but she understood its necessity. She had just returned from stopping a bank robbery by picking up the getaway van in her dragon form and hauling it over to a police station. She was rather proud of that feat, however. After all the excitement, her mind began to revert to the depressive state it had been in recently. As the number 10 hero, Ryukyu, she technically wasn't left wanting. She had respect, resources, power, and privileges as one of the top 10 heroes in the nation. However, deep down, she knew she didn't deserve her position, especially given recent events. It didn't help that she also felt stuck in a rut. She devoted her life to being a great hero and left so little room for anything else. But now she was questioning herself and every decision she'd made. At first, none of this bothered her. Hell, knowing nothing but heroics was even a source of pride. However, it was all beginning to wear on her, leaving her wondering if her approach to life was correct. Nitai's funeral had been soul-crushing. Various thoughts had hit her all at once. Did she really deserve to call herself a hero? Wasn't there more she could have done? One annoying thought, however, stood out. Being 26, single, and never having dated was something Ryuko had learned was suddenly painful to think about. Especially with the ever-impending Big 3-0 steadily coming over the horizon. The most frustrating thing about it was that it further proved her as a failure when all she could think about at a comrade's funeral were her selfish insecurities. Having a midlife crisis at 26 was just absurd. She was a pathetic excuse for a hero. As she got up to get something to drink, her phone rang. Not her office phone, but her personal phone. Ring ring, this could be an emergency, friends or family checking on her. Or another DMED telemarketer. She picked up her phone, looked at the screen, and recognized the name. Eraserhead. She answered her phone immediately. All the heroes on the Hasaikai raid exchanged numbers if emergencies or issues related to the case arose. They were all professional enough to not abuse the trust they'd given each other by making random phone calls. Concern displayed on her face over what this could be about, knowing who he was. The Erasure hero was well known for being all business and very no-nonsense. For him to make a direct call like this, that set off some serious alarm bells. Aizawa, what is it? She asked in a grave tone. I need a favor, Tatsuma. The teacher hero responded in an equally heavy tone. Ryuko's brow furrowed. This had to be serious. Her mind raced at the possibilities. Would it be like the Hasaikai? Do you remember Eri? Her heart sank. Oh no, not Eri. What happened to her? Yes, the girl we saved from the Yakuza. How could I forget? Anxiety was beginning to show in her voice. Good, because I need you to babysit her. See, come again. Confusion and immense emotional whiplash took the heroine. Aizawa sighed. Why are so many people saying that to me lately? Am I not enunciating properly? No, I heard you. It's just... What? Ryuko was not prepared for this, to say the least. Alright, first off. Are you sitting down? Ryuko raised an eyebrow. Should I? Probably. He said flatly. Ryuko moved to sit down. Relieved, though curious for an explanation. I hope you understand that I am a busy woman, Aizawa. I can't really be taking in children to care for. She said, somewhat mirthfully. I know, but hear me out dash. Well, that is why I am sitting down, right? Ryuko smirked. She could practically hear the flat look he was giving her on the other end. There were two ways of dealing with Eraserhead. One was fear and respect, and the other was the patented Ms. Joke's approach. And after some initial interaction with Aizawa, she had long since realized she much preferred the latter. As President Mike and Ms. Joke once said, the man needed to lighten up. There was no reason to nearly give her a heart attack like that. He sighed again. Well, it all started this morning. In the moments to pass, Ryuko would be glad she was sitting down, as she learned once more that part of being a hero was being prepared for the unexpected. Ryuko didn't know what to expect when she came to UA today. Well, technically she did, but she couldn't help but feel emotionally under-equipped for this situation. Walking past the check-in at the big iconic gate and into the main building, anxious was far too inappropriate a term for how she was feeling now. Today she was going to visit Eri, and Aizawa gave Ryuko the decision to take her in or not, which the Dragoon hero appreciated. She had only gotten so many details from Aizawa, but she had heard enough to feel sorry for the girl, at least more so than she already did. Eri had been through so much, despite her age. Even if Ryuko didn't have her reasons for being here, had she dismissed the request, her conscience would never let her live it down. What were her reasons, you may ask? Sympathy and a soft spot for children, for one. Owing Aizawa a favor for another. Convincing UA to let her take her new interns on the raid against the Yakuza required quite a bit of greasing on the wheels, to put it mildly. But she could hardly blame them after everything UA had been through as of late. They had the right to be cautious. Of course, there were other reasons she did this, more personal reasons. But she needed to be sure she was making the right decision. She still held so much uncertainty about any of this. However, if not for her doubts, she may have already taken in Eri. Walking through the empty weekend halls, she found her way to the teacher's lounge. Taking a deep breath, she reached to open the door. As it opened by itself, Aizawa stared with a flat expression. Ah, you're here. Just as she was about to respond, Ryuko heard another voice in the room. Mama. Her gaze followed the sound of the voice as she laid her eyes on a very familiar and adorable little girl. Mama. Eri shouted, springing out of her seat and rushing towards Ryuko. Thankfully for her, being a popular pro-hero who could turn into a freaking dragon meant she had plenty of experience handling a ballistic child missile. Catching the girl in her arms, she greeted her. Hey there, Thur. I heard you wanted to see me. Her tone was bright and as joyful as she could make it. Looking at the girl now, she didn't know what she was worried about. How could this ever give her anxiety? Yeah, I did. Wow, Mama, you're taller and pretty. The girl stared in awe. Good grief, this girl is too precious. Ryuko hadn't even been here for 5 minutes, and she was already plenty okay with taking care of Eri for a while. A slight frown came over her face, with another issue coming to mind. Ryuko turned to face Aizawa, a question in her gaze, and he nodded in response. They had both agreed that keeping Eri as happy and not stressed as possible was of the utmost importance, even allowing her to call them whatever she wanted. Even so, there was something she needed to confirm. Now, Eri, I don't mind you calling me Mama. But you do understand I'm not the same person, right? She was concerned with what Eri's response might be, but she needed to be sure this child didn't have the wrong idea. Although Ryuko wouldn't mind faking a role for her, despite what issues that might cause. She didn't want to lie to the girl, only for Eri to lose faith in her when the truth inevitably came out later. A little pain now for less ultimately down the road. It was apparently a sentiment that Aizawa shared when he explained the story yesterday. Eri puffed her cheeks dejectedly. I know, but I don't know what else to do. It's like I don't know anyone anymore. Ryuko felt awful after that response, so she attempted to make amends and shifted her tone back to something more pleasant. Now, as I said, I don't mind you calling me Mama. If it makes you happy, that's what matters to me. Really? Yes, Eri, really. You can call me whatever you want. So long as it's nothing bad. She smiled. Eri beamed back at her as Ryuko could swear this whole experience would give her diabetes. So, what were you doing before I got here, Eri? Ryuko tried to initiate a lighter conversation with the girl. I was playing with Uncle Mirio and Papa. She pointed to the two boys in the room. Ryuko's gaze followed the girl's finger, and her eyes lay on two familiar sights, Mirio Togata and Izuku Midoriya. Right, Pop. The moment she looked at them, the green-haired boy's face erupted red like a volcano as he suddenly took a great interest in something on the floor. It had been a while since she'd seen them. Togata, not since Naitai's funeral, and for Midoriya, it had been even longer. She didn't have anything against him, but seeing Midoriya after everything Aizawa had explained was awkward, to say the least. Learning about an alternate version of yourself who had a relationship with someone else's alternate self, and then having to meet with that said someone and likely having to talk about it. It was not something Ryuko was looking forward to. Where would I even start? She grumbled mentally. It was still something she was trying to wrap her head around, attending UA with a childhood friend who then became her life partner. Imagining herself doing that just felt odd. She never dedicated any significant time outside of heroics during school, let alone romantic pursuits, fictional or otherwise. She had never even had a crush on anyone. Though with how Ryuko was now, she'd be lying if she said there wasn't a hint of jealousy towards her other self for being able to branch out. The woman looked back toward Eri. It wasn't speaking to Midoriya that made her actually concerned, though. What worried Ryuko was the lengths this girl might go to bring them together. As someone with separated parents, she knew how important a bond between parents was to a child. If she was being honest, that was a significant reason she considered taking her in. While that meant she would do much to help Eri, playing house with a high schooler was not on the table. That's great to hear, Eri. What were you playing? Ryuko asked, shifting her mind back to the task at hand. We were playing charades. That sounds like fun. Why don't you go back, and I'll join you in a bit after I speak with Aizawa, okay? Ryuko asked as cutely as possible. She gave a big nod and a smile, then turned to run back to Mirio and Midoriya as Ryuko turned to face Aizawa, whose arms were folded with his eyes looking as bloodshot as ever. How does that man cope with his hours? Hi, by the way. Sorry, had to address the Eri first. She said apologetically. It's fine. It is why you're here after all. He replied as tiredly as always. How has she been holding up? Good. All things considered, Eri's adjusting rather quickly, and there has been more back and forth of her explaining her world and us explaining ours. He said, looking at the three playing together. Oh, so you believe the story now, huh? Ryuko jabbed. I still have my reservations, but the more I talk with her, the more I can tell she's not the girl I knew, still the same person but with very different experiences. His frown deepened as he sighed. As much as I'd like to sum this up to illness, there is no illness I can find that exactly matches this situation. The only thing I can think of is that there is something we're still missing here. Ryuko interjected with a frown of her own. Even if we can't tell what this is. We agreed that treating Eri like she has a mental problem isn't a great idea. Treating the girl like that would only lead to her feeling ostracized. Right now, their job was to ensure they wouldn't create a situation where Eri would trigger her quirk again without Aizawa being around to prevent it. I know. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this. Knowing what happened will make it easier for us to approach this. I'm not adding more to Eri's plate than she can handle. Fair enough. Ryuko nodded. Seeing the even more solemn than usual look on Aizawa's features, Ryuko decided the best course of action was to shift the conversation. Well, was there anything interesting I should know about? She asked while also looking at the three. Aizawa smirked in response. We'll see. Go spend time with her. She's wanted to see you for a while now, he said as Ryuko looked slightly miffed at the dismissal. Aizawa leaned against the wall. I'll hang around just in case Aries' quirk triggers again. As he pulled a sleeping bag out of nowhere, Ryuko raised an eyebrow and then nodded at Aizawa, deciding not to question where he was hiding that thing. Steeling herself as it was time to face the music, she turned and walked over to the other three. She noted that Midoriya looked like he was emulating what she could only guess was a monkey. Wait, snowball. And now he's breakdancing. Okay, I'm lost. How's the game going, you three? Ryuko asked. Pretty good, I'd say. Though I'm not gonna lie, Midoriya has us pretty stumped on this one. Mirio grinned. Mama, do you know what Papa is supposed to be? Eri asked, scrunching up her face in thought. I'm not sure, to be honest, she said as she turned her gaze back to the green teen. The moment Izuku realized who was now watching him, all semblance of control over his dance was lost as he slipped and face-planted onto the floor. Everyone else, except Aizawa, was immediately concerned. Eri shrieked, Papa, are you okay? Mirio winced. Oh, Midoriya, you okay there, buddy? Ryukyu fretted. Are you able to stand? Aizawa scoffed. He's fine. He's been through worse. As much as Izuku knew that was true, he felt pretty insulted by that remark. Pushing himself back up again and scratching his head in embarrassment, he responded, fine everyone. This isn't even in the top 10 of injuries I've had, he said, somewhat dejectedly. He turned to face the looks of concern and gratitude for his well-being. But when his eyes met those of Ryuko's, his face caught a light once more as he turned his head back to the ground. It didn't take much for Ryuko to understand why. After all, if she was having issues talking about their otherworldly relationship, then it must have been dreadful for him. Sigh, we're going to have to address that soon, aren't we? She stifled a groan. She couldn't place exactly why, but something about seeing Midoriya right now was frustrating her. She could guess why, but it was not like her newfound knowledge of the other Ryuko was his fault. She can't allow herself to blame him like this. To do so would be very unbecoming. So, what exactly were you trying to be, Midoriya? Ryuko asked. Trying to fight through his embarrassment, Izuku stammered. I was trying to be a classmate of mine, Emina Ishido. Mirio spoke up, a light bulb practically visible above his head. Oh right, the pink girl with horns? Now those bullhorn gestures make sense. Oh, Auntie Mina, right? She loves breakdancing. Eri had also connected the dots. Mina Ishido, that's the one with the acid quirk, right? Ryuko asked, uncertain if she remembered correctly from the sports festival. Yeah, she's Mama's best friend. Eri chirped. She is. Ryuko raised an eyebrow. Yeah, she helped you and Papa get together. Eri raised her hands in excitement. She did she? Ryuko shifted her gaze to Midoriya for a second. And boy, was he blushing up a storm and a half. He's terrible at dealing with these sorts of things, isn't he? She hid a smile. She had to admit that knowing that Midoriya was possibly more uncomfortable about this than she was helped put her mind at ease. As selfish as that thinking was. The day went on as Ryuko continued to learn and interact with her not daughter. Of course, by that point, she'd long since decided she'd make space for Eri at her agency, which also doubled as her home. She'd figure out a way to deal with all the press later. One decent public address should be enough, even though it would still likely be a mess for a while after. Though Ryuko might have to be careful about explaining Midoriya's part in all this. It might be best to avoid mentioning him if at all possible, considering what rumors might spread. Although Ryuko knew that she and Midoriya needed to talk, throughout the entire conversation, she could barely bring herself to speak to him with more than a single sentence. It was frustrating, though Midoriya was hardly any better as he continued averting his eyes from her whenever possible. I suppose I'll just have to speak with him privately. As they spoke, Ryuko thought of how she felt when this started in her office. She had wanted to believe that this was all nonsense. And part of her had hoped that by coming here, she would be able to set her mind at ease by proving that this was all nothing more than the ideas of a hyper-imaginative child. But she began to realize how improbable that was. Eri's story covered far too many fine details and concepts than any tale a simple 7-year-old should be able to make up, let alone one who had spent so much of her life trapped as an experiment. It became clearer why even Eraserhead had trouble dismissing Eri's claims. As much as Ryuko would like to believe her other, superior, self wasn't genuine. To make matters worse, as if what Ryuko knew about this other her wasn't annoying enough already, apparently, the other Ryuko had abilities she never knew she had. Yeah, Mama can breathe fire and heal super fast, and she has Storm, who warns her about danger coming and stuff. Eri gesticulated wildly. Wait, who's Storm? Ryuko couldn't help but ask. The fire breathing and healing were topics in themselves, but was this Storm supposed to be like a sidekick she had? You know, the voice in your head. She replied in a surprised manner. The voice in my head. Ryuko didn't know how to respond. Was the other Ryuko schizophrenic or something? She never had a voice that warned her about impending danger. Hell, in all her years, despite her efforts, she had never even breathed fire. In fact, for a while now, she thought she couldn't. Now, presumably, Ryuko could and just never figured it out. Well, she guesses that answers her fanbase's theories on the matter, who speculated for years that she had the ability and just refused to use it because it was too powerful and could endanger innocent lives. Thankfully, no one had said she couldn't because she was incompetent. Although evidently she was. And that's not even getting into this whole extra recovery ability she apparently had. What made her different? Why was this other her so much more capable than she was? The only seemingly significant difference that separated them was that she didn't have a man in her life, and the other Ryuko did. A fact that certainly did not help with her newfound insecurities or her general mood. Are you okay, Mama? Eri asked, looking very concerned. Oh, it's all right, sweetie. I was just lost in thought for a second there. She said, waving her hand. I'm sorry. I did the same thing to Papa too. The girl said dejectedly. Izuku perked up. As I said before, Eri, it's okay. I just had a lot to consider when you told me all that. It was surprising, and I'm sure it's the same for Ryukyu, your mama. Ryuko turned to look at him for a moment. I guess he had some misgivings about his other self as well. Hell, his quirk was completely different over there. He's right, Eri. It's just a bit to take in. I'm not mad, and you did nothing wrong, okay? She said, attempting to appease the girl. Okay, Mama, Eri replied, looking a bit better. Aizawa moved to speak, looking up from his phone. All right, I'm afraid our time is almost up. You better start getting ready to go. He said flatly. Ah, already? Eri said, disappointment clear on her face. Ryuko placated. I'm afraid so, Eri. But don't worry, we'll see each other again soon, okay? Eri nodded, still somewhat glum, as she got off her chair. Everyone else moved to do the same. As the students and the girl left first, Aizawa spoke up. So, what do you think? Give me the paperwork and I'll sign them right now. Ryuko declared. That easy, huh? A slight smirk showed on Aizawa's face. There is no way I'm leaving that girl. Not when she wants to come with me instead. I'm not living with that kind of guilt. Aizawa studied Ryuko carefully, sensing that there was more to her reasons than that, but his instincts told him that bringing it up might not be the best idea. Everyone has a past, especially heroes. Good to know she'll be in capable hands. I'll send you the forms soon. Now, excuse me, I've got assignments to grade. He said with a slight groan in his voice. Good luck with that. She smirked. Ryuko turned and made her way back out to the main gate. On her way there, she noticed the shrub-haired teen standing out in front of the entrance giving a big hug to Eri as she soon turned to follow Mirio back into the building, passing her. Be seeing you, Miss Ryukyu, Togata said. You too, Togata, Ryuko said. Bye-bye, Mama. Eri called. Bye-bye, Eri. She replied, smiling. As they continued to leave, Ryuko realized she was now left alone with Midoriya, who looked like he was debating whether or not to run for his life. "Yo, was all he said. Well, that's better than nothing, I guess." Ryuko figured. "Hi to you too, Midoriya. How are you holding up?" she asked politely. Fine. Mostly. I think my hands are kinda sweaty, though." Ryuko could see the very moment he regretted that statement. Izuku proceeded to facepalm and groaned. She smiled at herself. Oh, this poor boy. Well, someone has to tear off this band-aid. She felt herself relax towards him, almost abnormally so. Pushing that feeling to the side, she focused on their conversation. "I think you and I should talk, Midoriya. Given everything that's happened." "I'm sure. Where do we begin?" he said, shaking like a leaf. "Well, let's get to the heart of this, shall we?" "I know Eri sees us as her parents, correct?" He nodded in the affirmative. "And we also know that those other us's are in a relationship, correct?" He nodded again, this time more slowly and painfully, with a blush crawling up his face. "Good, so it isn't hard to piece together from there that Eri is going to want us to behave similarly. Izuku's head practically exploded as he flailed his arms in front of him. Wait. Hold on, we can't just . Let me finish. Not that we should," she said candidly. Izuku paused, then immediately leaned forward to bow to her. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." "It's fine. She shook her head as she continued. "The point is that we need to draw a line here. I believe we can both agree that Eri's happiness is in our best interests, but we can't act like a couple just for her sake. It would create far too many problems." Ryuko sighed, thinking about how the media would react. Of course, besides your boyfriend, probably wouldn't be thrilled about it. Thankfully, for Ryuko's sake, Izuku was still bowing. Her face took on various forms, ranging from confusion and anguish, within the sole second just before her reply. Your consideration is appreciated, Midoriya." She ground out. And now she's lied about having a boyfriend. Has she really sunk that far? Good grief, I hope Midoriya isn't the type to gossip. Shaking her head, she continued. "Anyway, with that said, Midoriya, have you decided on who your next work study is going to be for? I know that's hard to discuss, but it's important." Ryuko thought back to Naita. Izuku finally raised his head. No, I haven't. A lot has been happening, you see." Izuku also thought back to Night-Eye. "Then I would like to make you an offer. Do your work study at my agency." Izuku was astonished. I mean, not that I'm complaining. This is an honor, but why? Because that's where Eri will be soon, and I imagine she won't just want to see me. She'll also want to see you often as well. This way, you get a new place for your work study, and Eri gets to see her father figure regularly. That's perfect. I accept, of course. Thank you for this opportunity." Izuku bowed again with gratitude. "Don't mention it. Send me the request form as soon as you can." She smiled. Izuku made to show yet more gratitude. "Really, thank you. But then he realized something. He stopped for a moment and looked around him. Panic was beginning to seep into his expression as he looked at the sky to see how dark it was. His face turned pale as he took out his phone. "Oh geez, I gotta get back to the dorm before curfew." Izuku almost shrieked. Ryuko had to hold back a laugh at his antics. Not for the first time today, the pro wondered what her other self saw in this boy. Not that he was hideous or unlikable. If anything, he was rather pleasant to be around, but she didn't exactly consider him to be her type. She would have preferred a partner to be more confident than this. Was his other self radically different? Was hers? Maybe both. She guessed she'd never really know. Sorry, Miss Ryukyu, I gotta go," he said as he started to squat down for a sprint. "It's fine, Midoriya. Take care." She waved a farewell. He offered a quick final wave. "Okay, bye." He then rocketed forward with full cowling. A blur of green and dust was left in his wake. Ryuko wasn't prepared for the dust cloud that followed or that she only blinked, and he was just gone. She had heard about his quirk and its capabilities, but it was another thing to see it in person. While she knew he had almost single-handedly taken down Overhaul, With some assistance from Eri, she didn't exactly have the best angle to see how he did it, being stuck in a hole with other villains as she was. But now, she understands all those comparisons to All Might. The boy certainly had power and obviously had improved since breaking his body at the sports festival. Though this should probably go without saying. Considering the harrowing events the boy had been through, like the incident at the summer camp, he would have had to improve to survive. If nothing else, she had to respect him as a hero. He was clearly going places. As she was thinking this, a realization struck her. For whatever reason, she felt better than she'd been in the past several weeks, almost serene. As much as she wanted to ponder why, something more prevalent was at the forefront of her mind. Speaking of improvements, she mused, turning to make her way home. Once she got back to her agency, she had a slight issue with fire breathing to figure out. It had been a few days since that meeting with Ryukyu, and Izuku was awake in his bed, struggling to get any sleep. Tomorrow would be his first day at the Ryukyu Hero Agency, now that Eri had finally moved in there a couple of days ago. Everything had finally been settled and arranged, with Aizawa giving himself the short end of the stick by visiting Ryukyu's agency almost every day, doing whatever possible to make the situation work. But of course, even with his visits, the situation was far from ideal, and Principal Nizu was not comfortable giving this the green light. However, a tiny solution was found to aid in all of this. With all the time spent figuring out how Eri's quirk worked, the quirk specialists found that her quirk's effect requires her skin to make contact. So, at most, Eri only needed to wear gloves, cover herself appropriately, and ensure nobody touched her skin to guarantee she didn't accidentally unmake someone. It also didn't hurt that Eri's horn, the source of her power, was still on the small side. With that said, Aizawa still didn't feel comfortable not checking up on her, just in case. So, he held to his plans to visit often. Poor Izuku, meanwhile, was all kinds of anxious. Between the awkwardness of how he was going to behave around Ryukyu, how he would be a fatherly figure to Eri, and how his last work study ended up, Izuku was borderline, actually freaking out. He was fine at first. But once Izuku returned to the dorms after that meeting, his class wondered where he'd been. And against his better judgment, he told them about his new connection to Eri and what happened to her, leaving out the parts about Ryukyu. He decided that telling his classmates about her involvement wouldn't be great without Ryukyu's permission, especially if their concerns about what people might think of him and Ryukyu came to pass. Yet another pro-hero secret to keep under his belt. He got all kinds of responses from his class. Most were proud of him. Like Ida, who chopped his arms repeatedly stating, "You truly are the very model of a hero, Midoriya." Or cried manly tears like Kirishima, who said, "That's so manly, bro." However, there was also Mineta, who commented, "Wow, Midoriya. You're stuck with a kid and didn't even score." This was swiftly followed by Azui's tongue smacking him clean across the face, launching him into a separate room. It might be cruel to think this, but Izuku was grateful that she did that. Amid all that fanfare, Sato even offered to bake a cake to quote Kristen, the new dad man. Leaving Izuku, flailing his arms in denial, conveying that he was not Eri's legal guardian and there was no need for the cake. To which Ishido countered, "But she calls you Papa, right?" she said with her trademark smile. At that moment, Izuku couldn't tell if the pink girl was sincerely trying to make a point or simply wanted more of Sato's cakes. Regardless, and true to form, Izuku relented. However, as time passed and a portion of Sato's sugary dad cake found its way onto his plate, the full gravity of the situation began to hit him. Sure, he wasn't Eri's father in any official capacity, but he was still playing a non-insignificant role in the upbringing of another human being. From there, his emotional stability began to go downhill. Fast forward to the present, and you'd find Izuku in his bed with his eyes bulging out of their sockets. Sweat poured down his face as he racked his brain, over and over and over again. This is fine. This is fine. Nothing terrible will happen, except that something terrible always happens. Arg. Izuku started to furiously scratch his head. Either the League is going to show up, or I'm going to humiliate myself in front of Ryukyu or be a terrible father figure to Eri. I know it. It will happen. My life is over. Knock, knock. He froze in place. What the hell was that? Izuku shot up and turned to face his porch window, and up against the glass was a familiar face. Midoriya, could you tone down the mumbling? Some of us need our beauty sleep, Aoyama called from behind the window, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Why? Sure, I'll keep it down. Sorry. He replied. Merci, Aoyama said tiredly. He then turned and vaulted back to his own porch. Why does he never use the door? Izuku pondered with a dumb look on his face. He shook himself from his thoughts. Izuku may be terrible at doing things for his own sake. But when it was for other people, he generally succeeded. Izuku resolved to not keep being a nuisance. He emptied his mind and tried to get some shut-eye. However, a part of him was still fretting about tomorrow's events. The next day, Ryukyu woke up, being careful not to stretch too much with the now familiar weight on top of her. She looked down and smiled at the adorable bundle still resting against her. Settling Eri into the agency proved to be a lot easier than Ryukyu expected it to be. She anticipated the girl being apprehensive about moving here. But surprisingly, from the moment Eri stepped in, everything amazed her. To Eri, everything was an opportunity to learn more about her alternate mother and her job as a pro, something her actual mother was still aspiring to be. Another thing the hero didn't expect was Eri's longing to sleep in her room. It was strange, but she wouldn't fight the girl about it, even if Ryukyu had already prepared a separate room for her. Apparently, Eri's parents shared a bed with her all the time, news that had admittedly startled her somewhat, once again realizing how close the other her was to the other Midoriya. They've probably marked each other as mates from the sounds of it. A blush, dusting her grimace at the thought. Speaking of Midoriya, he was due to show up today, which meant she needed to get herself and Eri ready. Eri, sweetheart, it's time to get up. She whispered. Do I have to get up? The girl asked tiredly with her eyes still closed. Well, I guess you don't have to see your papa if you don't want to. She flashed a smirk. Papa's coming. Eri cried, her eyes shooting wide open. Yep, that was today, remember? Ryukyu cooed. We have to get ready. Launching herself out of bed, Eri ran to the part of the closet where her clothes were kept, slightly panicked but more excited than anything. It was still somewhat odd for Ryukyu to see how much Eri was required to wear, even as she slept, although she understood the necessity. The more surprising thing was how easy it was to convince Eri to go along with all this. Most kids would have thrown a tantrum, but Eri seemed almost subservient at times. A thought that often disturbed Ryukyu, considering what the cause of that might be. Relax, Eri. We still have plenty of time. Ryukyu beamed. Getting herself out of bed, Ryukyu proceeded to assist Eri in getting ready while getting ready herself. Dressing a child and reminding them to brush their teeth was still new to Ryukyu, but she didn't mind it. Far from it, she adored it. This was something new and fresh in her life while still helping someone. It made her feel like she had purpose again, and not like something hollow given to her via a title and rank she didn't deserve. Later that day, Izuku was taking deep breaths in front of Ryukyu's agency, an enormous building that put every other agency he'd been to so far to shame. He paced slightly, muttering up a storm as he went through what must have been his 100th time rehearsing how he would interact with them. He pondered. I really should have brought that paper bag with me. He groaned. He was there all alone, no Mirio, no nobody. He had hoped that he would have at least had Azui and Uraraka here since they were both doing their work study with Ryukyu. However, they were on a bit of a break. Apparently, they still wanted time to recover from the events of the Hasaikai raid. Honestly, he couldn't blame them. If the situation was different, he might be on a break himself. In fact, they seemed to share that sentiment. Azui and Uraraka were surprised he was getting back into it so soon. So Izuku had just made something up, stating something to the effect of being eager, continuing to avoid the whole thing about Eri seeing Ryukyu as her mum. Thankfully, for his anxiety, the girls accepted his explanation, encouraging and reassuring Izuku that he would be okay on his own. You're going to be fine. Ryukyu's a great hero to study under. Uraraka had cheered. Yeah, and I'm sure you'll do great. Azui had croaked. He really wished his paranoia would let him believe them. At this point, the passers-by on the street gave Izuku some concerned looks. Even an officer was now going out of his way to approach him. A squid tentacle-like mustache adorned his face. Are you okay?" the officer asked, with a deep concern on his face that showed even through his long dangling squid stache. "Oh, yes, I'm okay. I was just thinking a lot." Izuku wasn't sure how to respond, caught so off guard. "I see. Well, it's just you've been thinking a lot. In that same spot for a while now, and I'm gonna be honest, you're kinda scaring people," the officer said uncomfortably. Izuku dropped his head. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'll stop." "Good. Look, I don't know what you're dealing with, but it seems rough. I know life can be hard at times, kid, but I hope you understand that there are people here who care about you," he continued. Izuku's eyes widened at that last part. "What?" Surprised, he barely managed a response. So, there's no reason to jump into rash decisions you can never take back. You've got a full life ahead of you, kid, a life to really make something of yourself. Izuku was starting to get uncomfortable. The officer placed a hand on his shoulder. Izuku tensed in response, still bewildered by what was happening. "So, take care of yourself. I know you'll be someone great, so hang in there. Even if it feels like no one else believes in you, just remember the officer flicked a thumb at himself. "This guy right here does?" The officer smiled genuine and wide, patting the boy one last time on the shoulder, and walked away. Izuku just blinked. "Was I really that bad?" he deadpanned. Izuku turned back to face the entrance to the agency, realizing that now was as good a time as ever to head inside, at least before anyone else got a little too personal for comfort. Taking in one last deep breath, he lumbered inside. This was so much easier when Mirio was with him the first time he went to an agency like this. It didn't help that this agency was much bigger than Nightai's. Unsurprisingly, since it belonged to one of the top, however, for all the grandeur outside, the interior was more spectacular. To make a comparison, while Nightai's agency was like a glorified office building, Ryukyu's was akin to a high-class hotel, crowned with marbled floors and walls that matched with rich and luxurious carpeting. Izuku could only assume that this was the power of popularity, sponsorship deals, and merchandise at work. Standing in the entrance hall, Izuku was left wondering what he was supposed to do now. Well, he would have been left wondering if someone hadn't called out to him. Excuse me, do you have an appointment?" Looking to his right, Izuku noticed the platinum-skinned, brown-haired lady sitting behind the desk, which he could only assume served as the reception. He must be really out of it to have not seen her there, to begin with. Attempting to not look like a nervous wreck, he responded, "Why, I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm here for my work study." "Ah, I see. We've been expecting you. Take the elevator to the 5th floor, walk to the end of the hall, and that will bring you to Ryukyu's office," the woman said in the stock, happy, professional tone that the boy assumed all receptionists had. Noting the hint of an accent in her voice. Right, thank you." With that, he turned to reach the elevator. After waiting for the elevator and entering, Izuku heard someone cry out, "Wait, hold the elevator." He didn't have time to check who it was before he pushed the button to keep the elevator door open, and the person in question practically leapt inside. "Thanks, saved me some trouble there." Getting a better look at the person, he realized who it was. It's no problem, Hado." The boy stuttered. Hado leaned back against the wall of the elevator and pouted slightly. "It's Nijire-chan or just Nijire. I'm in costume right now, can't you tell?" She paused for a moment as realization struck her. "Wait, aren't you dead? What are you doing here? Are you here to see Ryukyu or little Eri?" The girl fired out. Sorry for starters. And yes, I am Deku. And I guess I'm here to see them both, Ryukyu for my work study and Eri for complicated reasons," he said quietly. Izuku could never quite get used to how this girl talked or how, in your face, she got when asking questions. Nijire looked to be recalling something and smiled. "Oh, I see. When Eri showed up here a while ago, I was so surprised. But then I was like, More surprised after what Ryukyu told me, she said, placing a single finger on her chin. So you know? Izuku asked, surprised. Well, little I think. But clearly you must know more. So, what's up with you being Eri's dad? Did you and Ryukyu get married? Then did you adopt Eri, and then did you immediately divorce afterward? And then Ryukyu got custody? 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐺 questioned. Much to Izuku's dismay, her face got closer and closer with each passing word. No. I mean, I'm 16. Had 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐺-chan. I can't get married to Ryukyu. He shrieked. Oh, right. Laws, those are things, whelp dash. Ding, the elevator opened before she finished. Oh well. Never mind, I gotta go see the boss. Catch you later, th. She then flew out into the hallway, disappearing down the corridor turns. Izuku really needed to figure out how to deal with girls. He'd gotten better since meeting Uraraka, but he still had a long way to go. He made his way out into the hallway and walked to Ryukyu's personal office, sighing to himself as he did so. I can't believe she told Hato. He mused. Izuku made a mental note to himself to ask Ryukyu about this later. Maybe she wasn't as concerned about this as he assumed, or she simply trusted Hato that much. He wasn't upset, of course. It was more Ryukyu's secret than his, after all. The hallway was just as fancy as the rest of the building. It gave off a strong sense of class, and that realization was not helping Izuku's nerves. Reaching the end of the long, winding hall, past all the various rooms, and seeing a large pair of double doors, the boy assumed he had reached his destination. What he heard coming from inside only confirmed his suspicions. Auntie 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐺, make me fly too. He could hear from the other side. Easy there. The last thing we need is you falling and bumping your head just before Midoriya shows up. He heard Ryukyu say, Oh, come on boss, I'm a great flyer. I could totally levitate while carrying her. He could easily imagine the pout 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐺 was making. Izuku gritted his teeth. Come on, just go inside. You've stalled long enough. Izuku firmly grabbed onto the door handle and opened the door with a purpose that he wasn't entirely sure he ever had, and entered. The office was lavishly ornate and decorated in many ways, giving a sense of class and professionalism. Fine art, trophies, and other valuables dressed the walls and tables, with a good selection of books on multiple large, embellished bookshelves on either side of the room. Ryukyu was behind a large, expensive-looking wooden desk, seated in a deluxe office chair, in front of a large window overlooking the city. 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐺, on the other hand, was standing with Eri in her arms. Papa! Eri squealed as she wrestled from 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐺's grasp and raced towards him. Thankfully, Izuku was now used to being called this. Better than the first time anyway. And opened his arms to catch the girl running towards him. How've you been, Eri? Izuku asked as friendly and confidently as he could. Great! She yelled, clearly ecstatic to be in the presence of both her parents again. Speaking of which, Izuku turned to face Ryukyu, releasing his grip on the girl. Unfortunately, he was a shivering mess. Greetings Ryukyu, 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐺. Izuku stopped, took a deep breath, and continued. I've come to do my work study, he said as he bowed. Ryukyu looked almost impressed that he could finish that without stuttering. Well, I would have appreciated it if you knocked first dash. The color drained from his face. Do you mean it? But what matters is that you're here now. Izuku barely held back a sigh of relief. Small victories, Izuku. Small victories. Ryukyu then moved to stand from her chair. It's about time you arrived. We were starting to get concerned. What happened? Ryukyu inquired, her posture formal and almost regal. It's hard to explain. I guess I lost track of time. Practicing. He responded as professionally as he feasibly could. Practicing what exactly? Izuku didn't need to look to know the judgment she was giving him right now, though having to make eye contact was not helping. This was quickly devolving into what his first meeting with Night Eye ended up being. Are all bosses this judgmental? He wondered as sweat began to drip from his neck. Of course, pondering this was not helping Izuku's current predicament. But thankfully, someone else did. Papa was practicing his quirk, right? Papa always does that. Eri exclaimed happily. Izuku decided to run with it. That's true. That is something I do a lot. All right. He mumbled out the not lie he was telling. Is that so? Ryukyu said inquisitively. I hope you will keep better track of the time from now on, Midoriya. Izuku nodded vigorously. I will. I'm sorry for making you wait. Eri pulled on Izuku's arm. Don't worry, Papa. Mama always got unhappy when Papa paid attention to something more than her. The girl said, seemingly innocently. Izuku had to do a double take, flustered with how he was supposed to respond. Ryukyu, however, had no such issue. She said firmly, giving a stern and knowing look at the child. Eri continued to innocently smile as she was given a thumbs up by 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. Ryukyu just sighed, turning back to Izuku. Well, let's just get down to business, shall we? I trust you brought your hero suit with you. Izuku nodded firmly, raising the suitcase in his right hand. I'm all set. Good. Eri, why don't you spend some time with your father and show him where the changing rooms are? She asked sweetly. Yes, Mama. She turned to face Izuku. This way, Papa, she said, grabbing onto Izuku's hand and pulling him away. Izuku's head nearly spun with the suddenness of it all, but he wasn't going to complain. After all, he missed seeing Eri, although he still felt somewhat guilty over Mirio. Izuku had effectively taken his place in Eri's life and then some. In many ways, Mirio was effectively her big brother. Now she no longer has that connection with him. Not that their relationship had gone sour, but with how this Eri was saved very differently from the girl he knew, Mirio was no longer one of those iconic figures that went against Overhaul himself to save her. For this, Eri, those iconic figures were himself and Ryukyu. It was like he'd stolen someone's kid from them through some weird law loophole shenanigans, and there was nothing they could do about it. But Izuku didn't need this on top of everything else right now, so he tried to strike up a conversation with his not-daughter partway down the hall. So, have you been enjoying it here, Eri? Your gloves aren't bothering you too much, I hope? He shifted his gaze to her. Yeah, the gloves aren't great, but they look nice. Mama and Auntie 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿 say they look cool and pretty on me. She waved her gloved hands in the air. Izuku smiled. They do look good on you, Eri. If nothing else, UA hadn't skimped on her. Members of the support class had chipped in to provide special designer gloves, set to look almost however she wanted them to. In the end, Eri went with a red and green pattern design, reminiscent of the colors used by Ryukyu and Izuku in their hero costumes. And it's really nice here, everything's so big and awesome, and 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿 and Mama let me fly with them sometimes. She said enthusiastically. I'm glad to hear it, Eri. To be honest, I was worried you'd have trouble adjusting since this is all new to you. He replied. But this place is just like Hydras's place. She said with adorable frankness. Izuku paused, the name not familiar to him at all. Hydras? Who's that? Eri's jaw dropped. You don't know Hydras. But she's awesome and one of your favorite heroes. She can turn into a Hydra, that big dragon with 3 heads. She cried out. The boy was quite bewildered by her response. He had never heard of a hero who could turn into a Hydra. There was no way he would ever miss out on hearing about a quirk as incredible as that. How would it even work? What happens when her head splits into 3 or more potentially? Izuku refocused on the conversation. Eri, I'm not sure how to tell you this, but I've never heard of anyone having a quirk like that before, and I've never heard the name Hydras either. He said solemnly. There's no Hydras. She said despondently. Eri looked at the ground. She wasn't sad, just shocked. She didn't know how to process what she had just been told. Izuku could imagine what she must be thinking. If this Hydras didn't exist here, then who else didn't? It was one thing for the people she knew to be different, but another for them to not be here, PRD. Izuku decided the best course of action was to change the subject. So, how about the other people here? Are they nice? Izuku asked clumsily. Eri looked up. Oh, the front desk lady's nice. Oh yeah, I met her. She does seem nice. Anyone else? Eri tilted her head. There isn't anyone else. Izuku's eyes bulged. There isn't anyone else. Eri shrugged. Nope. He knew many heroes tended to leave Ryukyu's employ after a while, starting their own agencies. After all, the heroes she preferred to hire were of the more ambitious persuasion. But the idea that no one except interns and the receptionist was here was crazy to him. But this building is huge. Surely other people work here. Eri shrugged harder. Mama says heroes come and go, and she likes to keep to herself mostly. Izuku was stumped. Surely Ryukyu would want more people for her agency to run things, right? And yet, apparently, she kept this whole place basically to herself. That struck him as very odd. But why the big building? Izuku pondered more to himself than anyone else. Eri scrunched her face, thinking hard. Mama just likes it that way. Mama seems to really like expensive things. Izuku raised an eyebrow at that. I see. Silence filled the space between them once more as Izuku looked for something else to talk about, desperately trying to not make things awkward. So which floor are the change rooms on anyway? He asked suddenly. Eri struck a power pose. All of them. He deadpanned. Yeah, there's one on every floor. Mama says it makes things convenient. She tried. Good try, Eri. It's pronounced convenient. He smiled. She blushed. I knew that. I was just testing you, Papa. The girl pouted slightly, slouching her pose. Izuku stifled a laugh as a realization struck him. Coughing nervously into his hand and raising his index into the air, he declared, You know, Eri, there's nothing wrong with not knowing something. It just means you have a chance to learn something new. Izuku figured now was as good a time as any to, as Ishido put it, get his dad on. Thinking about it now, maybe asking his classmates for parenting advice might not have been the best idea, no matter how desperate he was over the past few days. He recalled 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐸𝐵𝐵's offhand remark back at the dorms when he overheard. Just raise her to death, It's not hard. Honestly, Izuku still wasn't sure how to feel about that statement. Eri's pout changed to a strange stare at him. Okay, Papa. She nodded uncertainly. Izuku hid his disappointment. At least that wasn't the worst response he could have gotten. Raising a kid, let alone raising them to death, was in fact quite hard. From there, Eri continued to describe to Izuku the layout of the building. Everything from the change rooms' built-in showers to the toilets built right next door to said change rooms. Of course, Eri didn't fail to mention all the easy ways to get food and the robots that kept the whole place clean and functioning. Through it all, Izuku learned to appreciate Ryukyu's longing for function and convenience while having a good sense of aesthetics, even if those aesthetics seemed slightly excessive here and there. Especially considering this building was practically all for herself. Then again, she was a dragon. Maybe that had something to do with it. Ryukyu's office. So, now that they're gone, how have things been going, boss? 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐸 asked ecstatically. You mean with my training, correct? Ryuko sighed. Of course, have you made any improvements? Maybe like a puff of smoke or something? She asked in her typical all-over-the-place mannerisms. Ryuko sighed again. No, I haven't. Not even smoke. It's almost like, no matter what I try, I'm not getting anywhere. I knew this wouldn't be easy, but to have made no progress at all, it's just frustrating. I guess that means the fire image training didn't work out then. I stared at a candle for what felt like an hour. I even tried putting my face close to it to get a better feel for the heat. Well, all that means is we try more things until we get somewhere, right? 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐸 asked with a cheer in her hands. Ryuko sighed once more. Right. You're right. The Dragoon hero's mind went over all the attempts she's made thus far, including her time back in high school when she first tried this. She wasn't as discouraged back then, probably because now she knew it was possible and was failing miserably at it. Eventually, her mind settled back to the day she came back from meeting with Eri. Days ago, Ryuko had made her way into the lower levels of her agency, where her specialized training room was housed. A place built to handle her and her quirk. Ryuko was eager to improve, not just for the novelty, though she had to admit that was part of it. She had been searching so long for something to drive herself towards, something tangible to make her feel like she deserved to be a top hero once more. If nothing else, learning of her other self had given her that. Gaining entirely new abilities was a significant step towards self-improvement, and where better to start than with the power she had wanted for years. Breathing fire. Plus, it was something she assumed would be easier to figure out. Compared to accelerated healing and a disembodied voice, anyway. Staying in her hero outfit, Ryuko began to focus. She'd dealt with fire plenty as a hero, saving people from burning buildings. She remembered the heat, the smoke, the form. She took a deep breath, applying all her recollections. She then breathed out. And nothing, not even fumes. She transformed, scales appearing on her body as she grew several sizes, her face sharpening into a lizard-like form. She tried once more. And failed. Well, it would have been asking too much for this to work the first time. Where her old self might have just gone back to the drawing board, she persevered. Now that she knew that it was possible, all she had to do was apply herself. She wasn't giving up. But what started out as minutes quickly turned to hours as Ryuko was lying on her back, staring up at the ceiling, breathing heavily, her voice hoarse and dry. She had tried breathing exercises and failed. Then she tried meditation, trying to focus her thoughts on breathing fire and failed. She tried compressing her stomach to force it out of her and failed. She tried yelling at the top of her lungs and failed again. Nothing was working. Nothing Ryuko tried came close. She even attempted to take out her phone to find information on Endeavor, where rumors said the man emitted flames by imagining the hottest thing he could think of, and still, that gave her squat. Just as she was about to throw in the towel, she heard a ding from the elevator. "Ryukyu, are you in here?" She heard 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐻 call. "Yeah, I'm down here." 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐻 walked over and held in a gasp. "What are you doing down there? You look half dead." "Are you half dead?" "I certainly feel that way." Ryuko groaned. "Let's get you some water. Be back in a sec," she said, running over to the sectioned-off kitchen the training room had. "Shouldn't you be back at 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐬𝐻?" Ryuko barely spoke while sitting up. 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐻 soon returned with a glass, and Ryuko gratefully took it from her. "I was just finishing off some work. I'm sure the teachers'll understand." She smiled while giving a thumbs up, but then turned grave. "Now, seriously, what were you doing down here?" Ryuko doubted they would relent with an explanation like that. If anything, 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐻 would probably be lectured later. After a long sip of water, she debated for a moment. She never liked talking to people about her problems or her shortcomings. But right now, she knew if she told 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐻 nothing, she would no doubt hound her for information later. 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐻 had a way of annoying people into talking. Ryuko answered quietly. "I'll tell you if you promise not to tell anyone." 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐻 looked confused. Okay, sure. I was trying to breathe fire," she said curtly. 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐻's eyes widened significantly. "Wait, trying? You mean you can't right now? Did you forget how?" The intern was very confused. "No, I didn't forget 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐻. I never knew in the first place," Ryuko pouted. "What?" "But you." Ryuko almost scowled. 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐻, have you ever actually seen me breathe fire before?" Audible gasp. "Yeah. But so many people think that you can." 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐻 continued, exasperated. Ryuko was still caught on audible gasp. "Hold on, why did you?" She closed her mouth before finishing. She learned a while ago that questioning 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐻's odd eccentricities wouldn't get her anywhere. So, she shifted gears. "Look, I let them think that," she ground out. 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐻 went silent and looked down in contemplation. She then raised her head. "Your secret's safe with me. I won't tell anybody," she said assuredly. Ryuko sighed in relief. "Thank you, 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐻. I think I need to take a break for a while, though. Not making a lot of headway here," she said as she got up to leave. "Wait, let me help you," 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐻 called, reaching out. Ryuko stopped dead. "Excuse me. I know your quirk is very different from mine, but two heads are better than one, right? I can do some research to see if I can find anything that'll help." She smiled. Ryuko's eyes broadened. She didn't really have anything, particularly against 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐻, but she wouldn't exactly call them close, either. At least no closer than she had been with anyone else who did their work study with her. Are you sure?" Of course, what kind of hero would I be if I didn't help? 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 said frankly. Ryuko didn't like putting her problems on other people's shoulders. To her, that was about as heroic as going into Tartarus, finding the worst villain there, then walking up to their cell and saying, "Here, have a lockpick." Ryuko is supposed to figure this out herself. She should be able to. But with how things were going, did her pride really matter that much? 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 might miraculously come up with a breakthrough that she hadn't, and it's not like she'd be demanding a lot from the girl. After some consideration, Ryuko realized she might actually be desperate enough to want help for once. Ryuko smiled. "All right, I'll take any help you can offer, 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿." The present, it had been 5 days since then, and they had researched all kinds of weird techniques that were supposed to help with fire-related quirks, but in the end, they had gotten nowhere. And if Ryuko was being honest, 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿's suggestions were starting to get on her nerves as they had become increasingly absurd. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 had come in today with several new ideas. Presumably, the internet has no end to its ever-expansive list of horrible suggestions. And all of them, she was certain, would do something terrible to her health. How was eating live fire ants supposed to end well? Where the hell was she even supposed to get those? She grumbled. Just as she thought that, the door to her office opened, revealing Eri, followed by Midoriya, who was now adorned in his hero costume. "We're back, Mama," Eri called. "Reporting for duty, Ryukyu." Izuku stood stiffly, like a soldier at attention. Ryuko was glad for the distraction. Good. We'll head out for patrol immediately." Of course," Izuku said, responding like someone with a metal pole strapped to their back. "It'll be just you and me, Midoriya. You need to learn the route after all. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿, take care of Eri while we're gone," she said in her most professional tone. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 saluted. Can I come, Mama?" Eri whined. Ryuko kneeled down to her and smiled wistfully. "Sorry, sweetie, but we can't risk you getting hurt. Part of being a hero means we have to confront villains." "Okay," Eri said dejectedly. Ryuko, struck by guilt, frowned a little. "Uncle Aizawa will be stopping by to visit, so stay out of trouble, all right? We'll be back soon, I promise." Eri simply nodded back. She felt remorseful, but Ryuko needed out. She'd been cooped up training in her agency for longer than she wanted to admit. At this point, any excuse to go outside and not deal with more crazy training ideas was a good excuse. "All right, Midoriya, let's go." She turned to leave. "Right, let's go," he said, walking like a stiff wooden plank, pretending to be a person. Ryuko glanced at him and shook her head. What was she going to do with this kid? Taking the elevator down to the lobby, Ryuko and Izuku were greeted by the cranky visage of Aizawa. Perfect timing, Aizawa," Ryuko greeted. "How so?" The teacher glanced between them. "We are going out on patrol. And guess who needs a babysitter now?" She smirked. Aizawa sighed. "Please tell me you weren't about to leave Eri without proper supervision. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 is currently watching over her and as I said, proper supervision." He grumbled. Ryuko frowned. "As I was going to say, I knew you would be coming. If nothing else, you're punctual." He sighed again. "Fine, just don't take too long." Aizawa stopped for a moment and then looked as if he recalled something. "By the way, how's the search for Eri's home tutor going?" Ryuko deflated a bit at that. "I'm still looking. Finding a tutor who suits Eri's specific circumstances is proving to be quite difficult, unsurprisingly. Being a full-time hero made it difficult for Ryuko to school Eri herself. And while Aizawa visited, it wasn't long enough to teach her properly. On top of that, given Eri's prior hostile life, she was far behind in her schooling. While she may have been 7 years old, Eri's reading and writing skills were close to those of a child still in kindergarten. With concerns surrounding her quirk, public schooling was out of the question. Formerly, the staff at UA would have handled this on their campus. But as things were, compromises needed to be made. Unfortunately, people who could deal with Eri's quirk and were also good teachers didn't grow on trees. Thankfully, as Ryuko had recently learned, this new Eri was quite different. The old Eri was terrified of new people and almost always needed someone she knew nearby. This Eri was far more outgoing. She was still awkward here and there, but she had so much more energy and vibrance, as though she had already undergone much of the healing she needed to be whole again. If nothing else, this simplified dealing with her quirk stress and management, specifically when introducing her to new people, like a potential new tutor. Aizawa looked almost guilty. I'll keep an eye out for a tutor when I can. I would be tutoring her myself if I had the time. Ryuko waved her hand. Don't say that. You're already doing plenty by visiting as much as you do. You have an entire class of students to look out for every day, on top of everything else being a teacher entails. I appreciate it, but it does little to make me feel better. I'll see you two around. The two sides moved past one another. The patrolling pair made their way to the entrance as the teacher walked to the elevator. Oh, and Midoriya, Aizawa called. Izuku turned back almost robotically. A faint grin made its way onto Aizawa's face. Do try to stay out of trouble this time, he said as the doors slid closed. Izuku could do nothing but chuckle wistfully at himself. I'll try, he mumbled. The sunlight bore down on the pair as they stepped onto the street. Midoriya was still stiff and awkward as hell. The elevator ride down was muted and unpleasant if Ryuko was being honest. She didn't blame him, of course. She knew what he'd been through, being part of the infamous Class 1A. The fact that he was still strung together was quite frankly miraculous as far as she was concerned. But with that being said, Ryuko couldn't allow this to continue. They had a job to do, and he needed to shape up. She turned to face him and gave a pressing but sympathetic look. All right, Midoriya. What's up? You can't go on patrol looking like that. Heroes need to instill confidence and reassurance in those around them. And right now, you're giving me anything but that. Izuku perked up, putting his hand behind his head, scratching anxiously. I am sorry, it's just this is only the second time I've been on patrol, and the first time was kinda. He trailed off. Only the second. But you've been through internships and your work study with Night Eye. Correct? Ryukyu asked, utterly bewildered. Yeah, my internship didn't involve going out on patrol. The hero I was with focused on getting me better with my quirk. We were going to do more, but things got cut short with the incident with the hero killer Dash. That's right, he's also one of the kids who got attacked by Stain. Ryukyu barely kept a straight face as Izuku's turned grave. As for Night Eye, I only went on one patrol with mere Lemillion, and that's where I first met Overhaul and Eri. After that, I was pulled from patrols so we wouldn't arouse suspicion from the Hasaikai. Izuku finished and looked almost exhausted from the explanation. It wasn't hard for her to tell that he was holding back the details of that confrontation with Overhaul. Ryuko couldn't keep that straight face anymore as her expression softened. You've really been through a lot, haven't you? Izuku, realizing he may have just unloaded too much baggage on the woman, waved his hands in front of his face. It's not all bad. I'm still living my dream. I get to be taught by All Might at UA. And now I'm doing a work study with Ryukyu, the Dragoon hero. Dash, as he said that, his mental dam broke. All the pent-up anxiety he'd built up was starting to overflow. Izuku's face became dire as he grew more resolute, a question burning on his tongue that he had to ask. But I know I'm supposed to smile in the face of adversity. I'm struggling with how I'm supposed to do that when I know that at any moment, something terrible could happen. Some disaster could happen, or some villains could show up, and I might not be strong enough to stop it. Izuku sighed before he continued. I never realized how hard it was to keep smiling. Izuku was an open book, now bearing what had been eating at him for months for someone to see, not aware enough to question whether or not Ryukyu was even the right person to ask. I guess what I want to ask here is, how do you do it? Izuku looked directly at Ryukyu. Ryuko stared back at the boy, thinking. This was not an easy question to answer. Every hero had to deal with this to some extent, and she was no exception. But despite her years of experience, she still didn't have a concrete answer, as much as she wished she did as of late. The only thing I can say for sure, Midoriya, is that it all comes with experience. To be completely honest, finding the balance between being prepared for the worst and rolling with the punches is one of the more subtle yet challenging aspects of being a hero. Everyone has their own way of coping with it. Ryuko looked up slightly, pondering her following words. For me, I just try to focus on what's in front of me. She knew it wasn't a great response, especially for encouragement. If it wasn't working for her, it probably wouldn't for Midoriya. Ryuko's brow furrowed, trying to think of something more tangible to give. But look, try not to worry about that for now. I promise I will do anything I can to ensure nothing crazy happens. So relax. You're in the hands of a pro and one of the top 10. She smiled brightly, internally groaning at that last part. Izuku's cheeks reddened. One part of his mind was digesting what he had been told, the other was trying to figure out how to respond. He wasn't given much, but it was enough reassurance to latch onto. Something stable until he found his own way. He bowed with renewed strength. Thank you, Ryukyu. I'm sorry about that, by the way. That was a lot to put on you. I'll try my hardest to smile more. It's all right, Midoriya. You've been through much for your age. My high school years weren't anywhere near as hectic as yours. You have my deepest sympathies. She chuckled. Thank you again, and thank you for being so patient with me. He bowed again. She sighed with a smile. As I said, it's all right, enough with the bowing. Now let's turn to a lighter topic, shall we? What's your hero name again? Izuku raised his head suddenly. Oh, right. It's Deku. He stammered out. Ryukyu turned and started walking down the street, indicating for him to follow. Putting on the best smile he could muster, Deku followed next to Ryukyu. Right there. I've been meaning to ask, what inspired that name exactly? Though I suppose my first question should be, what does it mean? She asked, placing a finger on her cheek. Again, he scratched his head, having a decent idea of how this conversation would go. It means useless. It's a nickname I got from when I was young. Izuku decided to not involve anyone else in this conversation. Ryukyu's eyes went wide. He was also bullied as a child. What's next? Is he also an orphan? She felt a surprisingly vast sensation of anger at this thought as many questions crossed her mind. But she could only ask one at a time, unfortunately. You call yourself useless? Part of her wanted to ask, who would call him that? But she wasn't sure that was a question he was willing to answer, considering how he paused a moment ago. Izuku smiled a bit at her deadpan response. Yeah, it's kinda like a joke, where when I become a hero who is anything but useless, it'll be ironic. Maybe I'll even get some people to smile about it. He said with a big grin on his face. Ryukyu couldn't help but smile at that. Well, it seems to be working, so I suppose I can't argue. Ryuko's face changed to a frown. But I have to ask, why did you have a nickname like that in the first place? I don't want to bring up any bad memories, so you don't have to answer if you don't want to. But I'm curious. She urged, still feeling that odd ping of anger inside herself. Izuku knew this was coming. Thankfully, by this point he had straightened out his story and was ready to tell the partially false but technically true story he had. You see, when I turned 4, I was diagnosed quirkless. And I know that sounds weird, especially with how I have quirk now, but it's true. It wasn't until much later that I got my quirk after training myself ridiculously hard for the UA entrance exam. He stated with practiced accuracy. If Ryukyu's eyes got any broader, her eyebrows would have started to leave her forehead. So, the training awakened your quirk. Ryuko had never heard of any case like this in her entire life. Although quirks were a strange force that no one seemed to fully comprehend. Not even the experts. Izuku continued. More or less. It turns out that if I had gotten my quirk any earlier, it might have killed me. So, my body had to adapt first. He smiled. With how he worded it, he technically wasn't lying, or at least enough so that his conscience would let it slip under the radar. Ryuko, on the other hand, was making her best attempt to respond to all this. Wow. I can't even begin to imagine what that must have been like. But I guess it worked out in the end, right? She gave a cautious smile. And I guess it was for the best that it did show up later. If your quirk awakened when you were 4, you might have died, as you said. If the sports festival was anything to go by. She grimaced as her eyes turned to his scared hands. Izuku looked at his right hand and clenched it into a fist as he thought back to his fight with Todoroki. Yeah. The sports festival wasn't my finest moment. But I don't regret it. Well, good dash, she said with sincerity. But you're right. It wasn't the most exceptional showing, although it did make for an exciting match with the young Todoroki. And if nothing else, you have gotten better if that dust cloud you kicked in my face the other day was any indication. She smirked. It was now Izuku's turn for his eyes to go wide. He bowed. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for that to dash. Ryukyu could barely stifle her giggles. I was joking, Det. In all seriousness, though, I am impressed. That level of growth in just a few short months is remarkable. To go from having a quirk that hurts yourself more than your opponent, to moving at ultra-high speeds while taking down a Yakuza boss. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little jealous. She smiled. Izuku blushed furiously at the praise. Not that great. If it wasn't for Emirio, Turi, and even Enitai, I probably wouldn't have been able to beat him. He barely stuttered out. Ryuko's expression suddenly turned solemn as she recalled what happened to Night Eye. Something inside of herself was collapsing and giving way. She couldn't stop herself. For what it's worth, Midoriya. I'm sorry we didn't get there sooner. I failed both you, Togata and Night. Izuku's gaze shot up to Ryukyu, who was staring at the ground, her hands balled into fists. What do you mean? You were there. You helped like everyone else. He said, confused and upset at her words. But I could have been there sooner. Sure, there was a powerful villain in the way, but there were 4 of us. Had I just thought about it more, I could have sent one of the others in for support, maybe Nijire. Or if I didn't pull any punches and just took down that villain quicker, things might have turned out differently. Ryuko's gaze hardened like the concrete she stared at. Night Eye might still be alive, and Togata would have his quirk. Ryuko was shivering as she struggled to hold herself to her own standards of maintaining a heroic appearance in public. Why did she start talking about this? Why now? She knew this wasn't going to end well. Was it because Midoriya had opened up to her? Was holding this in really getting to her that bad? Just as she was swallowing the lump in her throat, Midoriya stood in front of her. It's not your fault, Ryukyu. You couldn't have known what we were dealing with or what had happened. And you know what? I'm glad you showed up when you did. If not for you, I'd probably be dead right now and Eri. I don't even want to think about what might have happened. Izuku shuddered at the thought. He looked back to Ryukyu, her expression only beginning to soften. So he pressed on. Please. Don't blame yourself. You're too great a hero to actually deserve that. Me and Eri both owe you our lives. Izuku bowed his head. He had no doubt what would have happened if his fight with Overhaul went on the way it was. Not once did the boy think that he would be grateful to witness a dragon spontaneously falling through a ceiling, yet here he was. So, thank you, Ryukyu. You're my hero. Ryuko was at a loss for words. The guilt over Night Eye was still present, but it had lessened significantly. She didn't realize how badly she needed to hear that. The reassurance, the gratitude. Ryuko still had a long way to go, but Midoriya had given her a much-needed boost of self-confidence. Though, it startled her just how much his words affected her. Regaining composure, she smiled. Thank you, Midoriya. I think I needed that. She cleared her throat. It's no problem. I guess we're both pretty bad at smiling, huh? He joked. Despite her immense shame at her actions, she laughed. I guess so. Come on, we should get going before people start staring and asking questions. Izuku quivered at that. Yeah, the police around here are pretty intense about that. I see you've met Officer Squidly. She chuckled. Officer Squidly. Wait, that's his name. Izuku said, gobsmacked. Yep, Inca Squidly. He's very passionate about his job. She smiled stiffly. You can say that again. He said dryly. Later, the patrol itself continued, rather uneventfully, at least regarding villains. Despite the rise in crime since All Might's retirement, it seems few had the gall to mess around on the turf of one of the top, at least for now. Izuku was glad. It was nice to be on a patrol where all he had to worry about was waving to random citizens and saying hi to small children. While awkward at it, he did well, according to Ryukyu. But maybe she was just offering encouragement. He was a bit self-conscious that he had yet to demonstrate any combat prowess or use of his quirk. But boy, were there a lot of children. It felt like every 5 to 10-year-old in a 100 kilometers radius heard that Ryukyu was out today, and all of them wanted an airborne joy ride. Izuku stood some distance away in the park they had arrived at as he looked on in concerned awe. Is this normal? Ryukyu, currently swarmed head to toe by kids, gave a resigned grin. Yep, pretty much. A toddler was hanging from her arm as the child's mother was frantically apologizing while trying to pry the child off. I'm so sorry, Ryukyu. Honey, please let go. The mother cried. Izuku smiled uncomfortably in response as he heard someone call out next to him. Hey, Mama, look, it's that weird broccoli boy from before who keeps talking to himself. A small boy pointed at him. Izuku turned to face the child while nursing his injured pride. You know, it's rude to call people a weird broccoli boy. The young lad turned to face Izuku, realizing he was being spoken to. And what's your quirk? The young boy seemingly disregarded what Izuku said and spoke obnoxiously. You're a hero, right? The greenette shuffled awkwardly. It makes me stronger and faster. It's called superpower. Izuku was suddenly reminded of preschool. It's called superpower. That's lame, you're lame. I'm leaving. With that, the boy turned and walked back to his mother. Yup, just like preschool. Izuku sighed. He could only be glad that at least Eri wasn't like that. Just then, Izuku felt a tap on his shoulder. Ready to go, Deku. Ryukyu asked. Oh, you're done already. He said, surprised. She shrugged. I know my way around, kids. Another chubbier youngster called out, running up to them. Ryukyu, can you breathe fire for us? The pro flinched a little in response. I'm sorry I can't. It'd be too dangerous and might get me suspended as a hero. Please. No one ever gets to see you breathe fire. The boy pleaded with the most pitiful puppy dog eyes he had. I'm sorry, but I can't. You don't want you and your friends getting hurt, do? She offered placatingly. No. The boy said dejectedly. Here, you can have this instead. Reaching behind the boy's ear like a magician, she pulled something out and showed it to him. It was a small holographic projector, but Izuku quickly realized it was a powerful high-end model. What's in it? The small boy asked. Why don't you push the button and see? She smiled. The youngster pushed the button on the projector, and immediately there was a large plume of light followed by an enormous show of flames of all shapes and colors. The scale of it was immense. The sky around the park was engulfed by the projection. Izuku realized that there wasn't only fire in the projection. There were also dragons of all sorts. Chinese long dragons, European mountain dragons, even hydras and sea dragons. They were all there. It was like watching fireworks coordinated by dragons as they breathed flames through the air. Everyone in the park was understandably in awe. Even Izuku's jaw dropped a bit at what was happening. He snapped his gaze back to Ryukyu, seeing the satisfied smile on her face, contrasting beautifully with the colorful flames. If he was being honest, she looked gorgeous. Wait, no, I can't think about her that way. That's a line we can't cross. And besides, she already has a boyfriend. Izuku began to recite something to himself in his mind. I'm not valiant. I don't share a quirk with her. I'm just Deku. He then forced his eyes away from her. Ryuko, on the other hand, was having a great time as a performer. Pretty neat, isn't it? She said to the chubby boy, whose jaw was still hanging open. And I can keep it? The boy asked eagerly. Yep, just make sure you share it with your friends, okay? The boy nodded and rushed back to the other children, eager to tell them what Ryukyu had just given him, as Izuku gestured from Ryukyu's side. You sure you can just give that away? It looked pretty expensive. He asked, slightly concerned. It's a bit pricey, but it's nothing I can't afford. She smirked. Not for the first time today, Izuku was forced to recognize the power that was ample funding from sponsorship and merchandise. If you're sure. I never realized how much money top heroes had. He said, staring with slight awe. Ryuko paused for a moment. It's not just what I get from being a hero. I also dabble a bit. How so? Midoriya asked, legitimately curious. Ryuko scrunched her face a bit. I work a bit with shareholding. You invest in shares. Yeah, call it a hobby. She said uncomfortably. Why did I tell him that? I never just tell people about that. Why do I keep telling him things? Midoriya must have noticed her mood as he replied. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to dash. Ryuko frowned. Okay, you're going to need to stop apologizing so much. I know I'm your boss, but I'm not going to just transform and bite your head off. Izuku visibly flinched at the imagery. I'm right, Sor. I'll do that. Good, now let's go. We should do as much patrol as we can before our break. She smiled, turning to leave. Yes, ma'am. He replied, following her. Izuku turned back for a moment and noticed the kids still playing with the projector, each having their turn to push the button. The kid gifted the item was smiling, no doubt bragging about how Ryukyu gave it to him. You handled that really well back there, he said, smiling. I wasn't always this good. The first time I got swarmed was a mess. She shook her head at the memory. But still, you not only avoided using your quirk irresponsibly, you also managed to make everyone smile. He replied excitedly. I suppose I did, but frankly I cheated. Anyone with that projector could have pulled that off. It probably would have been better in some ways to have actually breathed fire instead. I can't say I agree. As the son of a fire breather, I was taught from a young age how dangerous and out of hand a fire can get. Izuku smiled faintly, feeling a sad sense of nostalgia. I still remember when I was a kid. I once asked my dad to show me his quirk, only to be told that he couldn't because he might burn the apartment down. Izuku said, seemingly jovial. Ryuko's eyes widened for what felt like the dozenth time that day. Your father can breathe fire. She barely kept her jaw from hanging open. Yeah, that's his quirk, fire breath. He smiled awkwardly. Was this it? Was this the key? Ryuko wondered. Was her other self able to figure out fire breathing because of this? Because Midoriya had a father who could breathe fire and knew how to help her. Ryuko started to debate with herself. On the one hand, if she asked for his help, she might be able to breathe fire in no time. On the other hand, that would require telling him the truth about her ineptitude. And after nearly breaking down in front of him, her already wounded pride was not ready to take another beating. That and Ryuko had enough of accepting aid from high school students for a while. So, she found a middle ground in the form of misdirection. Interesting. I like learning about quirks similar to my own. I'm curious, how did your father manage to start emitting fire? She mentally patted herself on the back. Izuku pet his head slightly in astonishment. Ryukyu likes to study other people's quirks, like me. Holy CRP. Once again, internalizing his frustration towards Valiant, he responded. Chow. Well, at first he wasn't very good at it, or so he told me. But he started improving when he added ultra-spicy food to his diet. This time Ryuko couldn't stop her jaw from hanging. Spicy food. Izuku gave an embarrassed grin, placing a hand on the back of his head. Yeah, it's a bit weird. But it helped my dad get the sensation he needed to use his quirk, and after a while, he could do it all by himself. That can't be it, can it? The secret all along was she needed really spicy food. Wasn't that one of 𝐒𝐻𝐼R's crazy ideas? What about you, Ryukyu? Izuku asked. She stammered out of her thoughts. How did you start breathing fire? Ryukyu was flustered, and she barely responded in time. Oh. You see, I just transformed one day and it just happened. No difficulty at all. She proceeded to scream internally. Wow, I guess some people are just talented, but I suppose I shouldn't be surprised by one of the top 10. He said sincerely. She said through smiling grit teeth. Why did she do these things? Right now, more than anything, Ryuko was resisting the urge to slap the CRP out of herself. She needed a distraction. Checking the time on her phone, she noticed now would be a good time for a midday snack. She looked around to survey for a place to eat, and her eyes rested on something that, on any other day, she would have probably said no to. It was a curry joint. The sign read, Burly Dom's Curry Crush, get you some spice. The sign's design was almost as strange as the text, having a cartoon, muscular man flexing with a plate of curry in each hand. She clenched her hand into a fist. This was a great opportunity, and she was not passing it up. Deku, perhaps we should get something to eat. Why don't we head over there? She pointed at the restaurant. Oh, a curry place. I guess all fire breathers like spicy food. He joked. Ryuko just kept facing forward, not looking at him. She said, wanting nothing more than to die. Making their way into the restaurant, they were both struck by the powerful spicy aroma that wafted through the air. Ryuko was never big on spicy seasoning, and the odor alone was already inciting her eyes to water. She barely held back her tears as she plodded with Deku over to the counter. I'll pay for our food, she said. Midoriya raised his hands. That's not necessary. Deku, I'm your superior. And unlike you, I have an actual salary. You're not paying. It would reflect poorly on me to make an intern do that. Midoriya nodded his head with poverty-stricken shame. All right then. Ryuko smiled. Don't look so disappointed. Consider this a thank you for earlier. What transpired with their heart-to-heart on the streets still irked her a bit. Midoriya smiled softly. I was just doing what was right, but thank you. As they stepped up to the counter, Ryuko made sure she knew what she desired from the menu beforehand, like a decent person. The restaurant itself was, thankfully, mostly empty. Having to deal with potential fans was not really something Ryuko wanted to deal with right now. She'd had her fill of that from the park earlier. Noting the obviously Endeavor-themed dish, she asked, I'll have the Hellflame Ultra Spice Curry, please. Izuku's eyes grew wide, and the man at the counter, who she assumed was Burly Dom, whistled. The man didn't look that burly, honestly. Maybe that was just a name. Wow, we've got a brave soul here, but I guess I should expect no less from the Dragoon hero herself. Taking her order, then Deku's, and then accepting payment, he made his way into the kitchen. Ryukyu could only smile stiffly at the man's comment. Moving to take their seats not too far from the counter, they began to converse. It's been a while since I've been to a curry place. I'm amazed you can handle that Endeavor dish. Just looking at the picture made my eyes burn. He praised. It's no big deal. How bad could it be? Ryukyu shrugged. They didn't have to wait long for their meal. But after glancing at the food, Ryuko wished she had more time to mentally prepare herself. She thought her eyes were burning before. But the moment the dish was set down, Ryuko's eyes almost felt like they were set ablaze. It was like the sun had descended upon her. Izuku stared at the dish in astonishment as it almost seemed to glow with heat, like magma. He looked back at Ryukyu with concern. Are you sure about this? Yeah, I'll be fine. She replied with no degree of certainty. Enjoy your meal. The man, who may or may not have been Dom, said, smirking slightly at her as he walked back to the counter. Ryukyu glared faintly at the man's back, then turned to face her meal again. She could do this. This was just food. She'd dealt with way worse than this before. She was going to be just fine. Taking the spoon to her right, she scooped up some of her meal, taking it slowly and carefully to her mouth, noting how it almost seemed to crackle and pop. The Ryukyu we knew died that day. Emotionally, of course. No amount of therapy could ever hope to mend the scarring shame that followed what was about to transpire. The moment the curry touched her tongue, everything burned. Her face, her eyes, her mouth, her skin and bones. Her very concept of reality mirrored the surface of the sun. Like every facet and fiber of her being was melting or charring. She might have been delirious, but through her suffering, she could swear she heard her grandmother and the rest of her kin howling out in pain as the same burning sensation racked their beings. Instant regret wasn't just an inaccurate term at this point. Instant regret was outright offensive to Ryuko's sensibilities and despair. Putting this food in her mouth didn't just make her regret doing so. It made her regret her very existence and everything else that had led to this moment. But she was a fighter. She wouldn't be beaten by a curry dish of all things. Balling her hands into fists, she forced herself to swallow the food. Izuku looked incredibly worried. Are you okay, Ryukyu? Attempting to speak and reassure the borderline panicked boy, she immediately regretted that too, reminded the hard way why you shouldn't chat while trying to swallow food. I cough choke wheeze. Making the vital mistake that things couldn't get any worse, the curry went down the wrong chute, as the volcanic heat was now spreading to her lungs. Oh God. Not like this. She cried internally. Quick, we need a glass of water. Izuku yelled out. If the curry didn't kill her, she knew the utter shame of it all would. It seemed today was all about humiliating herself in front of Midoriya. Add the possibility of the media finding out about this, and death seemed almost preferable. Possibly Dom rushed over with a glass in hand, and Ryukyu quickly took it and downed the entire thing in a single gulp. Are you okay? Izuku was still very concerned. I cough yeah, splutter yeah, I'm fine. She said as she shakily gave a thumbs up. Saved it. From Izuku's perspective, he saw a bright red swollen face with puffy lips and traces of tears in the heroine's eyes. If he didn't know any better, he could swear that Ryukyu was put through the ringer by a ruthless villain. Good, Izuku said, doing his best to not injure her pride further. Suffice it to say, they had both decided from that point that asking for the food to be made portable so they could move on was probably for the best. The potential curry crusher who brought the food tried to apologize for the mess. But they assured him he wasn't to blame. Deciding to call it quits for today and heading back to the agency seemed the best idea. They got their meals boxed and bagged and left. It would appear Dom's curry crush had crushed her spirit. Get you some spice indeed. She glowered. Later, as terrible as today had been for her, Ryuko had to admit she was at least happy with Deku's overall performance. He got along with people well and seemed mostly capable in public appearances once he broke out of his shell. Although she would have liked to see how he handles himself in a fight up close. But that could come later. Ryuko knew from the raid that he must be capable. It was nice to not have to deal with a hero in training who was either obnoxious with pride or a little psychotic. Ryuko has gotten a few non-UA applicants like that in the last few years. She'd had her doubts. But the boy proved himself to be a dependable, if emotionally questionable, individual. Although Ryuko had to admit that she was alarmingly at ease with being open about herself with him. She had never fallen apart like that in front of someone before. All she could think was that she really needed to get a handle on herself. It was wrong of any hero to put a junior through something like that. Another thing of note was her anger at the thought of him being bullied. Sure, she had felt anger on someone's behalf before, what hero hadn't? But this felt so much more intense than it should have. What she could attribute this all to, she wasn't quite sure. However, as much as she tried to focus on the positives, what stuck out to Ryuko the most was that she had made no progress with her abilities, despite what she had just suffered through, her sore tongue serving as a harsh reminder. That feeling was only cemented further as she saw her agency drawing closer, barely keeping a scowl off her face. Both stepping back into Ryuko's lobby, they were greeted by the receptionist, who was obviously doing her best to not react to her boss's ghastly appearance. Making their way into the elevator. The ride up started out quiet. A thought occurred to Izuku as he realized this was a unique opportunity to ask a more private question. Ryukyu, can I ask something? She turned to face him with a quirked brow. Sure, what is it? Why did you tell Nijire-chan about my situation with you and Eri? Not that it's wrong, I'm just surprised. It went without saying that Izuku's involvement with Eri would be downplayed. As Ryukyu pointed out before, any rumors stemming from Eri seeing Izuku and Ryuko as her parents could be terrible, potentially jeopardizing Ryukyu's career as a pro hero. Even Izuku's could be at risk. A story of a potential scandal involving one of the top 10 having a child with a high schooler would no doubt spread like wildfire. That made it all the more surprising to him that Nijire knew about it. He assumed Ryukyu would hide it more. He would have asked earlier had he not been a complete nervous mess at the time. Ryuko sighed. I didn't mean to tell her. She started asking questions about Eri and me. And Eri, being the sweet, innocent girl she is, was more honest than I was prepared for. It was my mistake for not prepping her better. Izuku nodded. Don't blame yourself. We're both still new to this. Mistakes were bound to happen. I appreciate the sentiment, Midoriya, but I'm the adult here. It's my responsibility to make sure things like this don't happen. While I've made sure we don't have to worry about 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲, we're lucky Eri didn't speak to someone more willing to blab to the media," she said tiredly. Izuku shifted a little uncomfortably. "Do we have a plan in case the media does find out?" Ryuko offered a faint reassuring smile. "Don't worry. Just leave that to me. I already have a statement planned out just in case your part in all this goes public. You won't have to do anything. Remember, this isn't the West. The media isn't allowed to just invade your life in this country." Izuku breathed in and nodded. "Yeah, you're right. I was just worried about what it might do to your career with all the rumors that would go around." Ryuko was surprised. "My career? What about you? Aren't you more worried about that?" He shrugged. But there's so much more at stake for you." She smiled. "Thanks for your concern, Midoriya, but I'll be fine. When you've been a pro for as long as I have, you develop all sorts of countermeasures." Izuku grinned back. "I guess I have a lot to learn from you. Considering today, Midoriya, I think we both have a lot to learn." She sighed. "I'm guessing I shouldn't mention the curry to anyone." "Never, ever." She pouted mockingly. The conversation became quiet once more after that, with Izuku attempting to not chuckle too hard at Ryukyu's response, and though she was hiding it, there was now a faint smile gracing Ryuko's lips. Things were still slightly uncomfortable between them since they were last in the elevator. But at least now, there was an understanding between them. The silence was not entirely due to awkwardness, but rather to respect for the other. Despite a traumatizing curry-related incident. When they reached the 5th floor, the doors opened. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲, Eri, and Aizawa were waiting to greet them. "Took you long enough." Aizawa umped. "Welcome back, boss." "Oh, and Deku," 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲 said. "Did Mama and Papa enjoy their date?" Eri smiled innocently. Izuku looked like he was about to freak out, but Ryukyu swooped in before he could say something they would both regret. "Eri, we were on patrol. There was no suyer, Mama." Eri just continued to smile. Ryukyu just sighed as Eri noticed something on her mother's face. "Wait, Mama, what happened to you? You look all beat up," the girl asked, very worried. Everyone except Izuku was put on edge as they also noticed the damage. Aizawa frowned deeply, wondering who or what could do this to the Dragoon hero. While 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲 covered her mouth with both hands, shocked by her employer's visage. "I'm okay, Eri. I just had a bad run-in with something distasteful," she said uncomfortably. "Was it a villain?" Eri cried. "No, sweetie. It was curry," she groaned out. "Curry," the girl mouthed. Aizawa, relaxing, just grumbled. "And that's my cue to leave." Stepping into the neighboring elevator to Ryuko's and Izuku's, the teacher said his farewells. "Take care, and don't do anything reckless." He stared pointedly at Izuku. Everyone waved in response while Izuku smiled uncomfortably. "Bye, Uncle Aizawa," Eri called. The moment the doors closed, 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲 spoke up. "So, you tried the curry trick. How did it go?" 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲 chimed in excitedly. The moment the words left her mouth, Ryuko glared at her. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲 realized her mistake, and she covered her mouth with her hands. "Wait, curry trick?" Izuku asked. Ryuko's face was in her hands as she replied as calmly as she could. "It's not important, Midoriya. Now excuse me, I'm going down to the training room." She stood up straight and walked back into the elevator. "Can I come too, Mama?" Eri pleaded. Ryuko sighed a little, still remorseful from before. "All right, Eri. You can come too." The girl skipped happily into the elevator. Just as the doors were about to close, Izuku saw something in Ryukyu's eyes as pieces began to click together in his mind from the day's events. Perhaps he had all his experience with 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲 to thank for this, but he could tell she was putting up a front. And behind that front was someone troubled, upset, and needed help. If there was one thing Izuku was absolutely terrible at, it was ignoring someone who needed help. Before the doors slid closed, Izuku rushed into the elevator, almost like his life depended on it. Ryuko's eyebrows raised significantly when the boy entered. "Papa wants to come too," Eri asked excitedly. Ryuko looked quizzically at the boy. "Is that correct, Midoriya?" Izuku barely had time to register what he had just done. He and his stupid hero legs just love doing their own thing.
Yeah, I do.
He said, blushing slightly. Ryukyu still had that same look on her face. You know, you could have just asked for me to hold open the door, right? You didn't need to rush in like that. Izuku's blush only deepened. I didn't really stop to think. Ryuko reflected for a moment. She had hoped to avoid interacting with him further, just in case he had managed to put two and two together. Yet, part of her seemed to relax in the young man's presence. The expression on his face only served to put her more at ease. It was strange. It took significantly more effort to be frustrated with him than it was not to be. No matter how much of a doofus he could be at times. Ryuko shook her head with a smile. Well, let's make the most of this, shall we? Why yeah. Izuku stuttered. At that very moment, Eri took their hands into each of her own, smiling happily now that she was finally with those she saw as her parents again. The stand-in guardians couldn't help but smile back at the girl between them. Right now, as strange as all of this was, they were both glad to be here. Reaching the training room after a long ride down below ground, Eri eagerly tugged Izuku's and Ryuko's arms out of the elevator. To say she was excited was an understatement. Both her quasi-parents couldn't help but smile at her jubilation. Stepping into the room for the first time, Izuku gasped. Whoa, this place is huge. His eyes scanned every inch of the room, though the word room really didn't do it justice. It was massive. The ceiling of the expanse was undoubtedly 100 or so meters high, and the ground to the far walls stretched for what felt like kilometers. He could understand why, though. Given who Ryukyu was and the fact that she could fly, a quirk like that needed an enormous training space. Ryukyu smirked at him. If you think this is great, you should see what it looks like when all the equipment is set up. Izuku pet an eyebrow at her. What equipment? As far as the boy could tell, aside from the vast space, there was only the comparatively small kitchen off to the side. There was no place to store any equipment. A look of pride flowed over Ryukyu's features. This equipment, she announced as she pressed a button on the wall. Before Izuku's eyes, panels on the floors, walls, and ceiling opened to reveal countless machines and various instruments. Dummy bots for close combat training, rings and hoops for practicing flight and acrobatics, targets for ranged practice, and other things he could only imagine were for. Needless to say, Izuku had a complete look of awe on his face, a look that was giving both Eri and Ryuko no small amount of amusement. Isn't it amazing, Papa? Eri beamed. It sure is, Eri. He couldn't help but smile back in response. Ryuko smiled and raised a finger. Glad to have your approval, Midoriya. You can use this space as much as you wish in your spare time. Izuku bowed. Thank you, I'll make good use of it. She smirked back. Just try not to break anything. I know how destructive that power of yours can be. Izuku smiled awkwardly. Right, I'll be careful, I promise. Ryuko nodded and turned herself back to the equipment in the room as she grimaced. She figured it was about time to get back to the grind that was trying to breathe fire, but honestly, her heart wasn't in it. Plus, she now needed to figure out a way to practice without Midoriya or Eri figuring out what she was doing. Why did I let them tag along? I should have made an excuse. Just what is with me today? It's been one mess after another. If she wasn't asking for help from one in turn, she was pouring her emotional problems on another. Don't even get her started on nearly dying from curry, of all things. She was a disgrace, more so than usual. It didn't help that she was now even more of a failure than when this business with Eri started. Some hero I am. Mama, I'm gonna go look at the robots. Eri said as she ran out. Snapped from her inner monologue, Ryuko called out. Okay, Eri. She wasn't sure exactly why. But Eri had developed an interest in the equipment in the training room. The last time she was there, Eri just started inspecting and studying all the different ones she could. There were too many for her to cover, though. Ryuko guessed she was going to pick up where she left off. She had no reason to stop her. The bots were currently disabled and had no way of harming her. Additionally, she had issues of her own to sort out. Are you okay, Ryukyu? Izuku butted into her thoughts. Ryukyu forced a smile. I'm fine, Midoriya. I just have a lot on my mind. Izuku shifted in place, his gaze trailing all over the place as he scratched the back of his head, unmistakably contemplating something. Is it because you can't breathe fire?" he whispered. Everything went still for Ryuko. One could almost hear a pin drop with the tense silence that suddenly permeated the room. In a panic, Ryuko looked over to Eri, who was now some distance away studying one of the remote-controlled dummy bots, and quickly turned back to Izuku. "How did you dash?" she yelled. Izuku threw up his hands. I pieced it together. Dash. Then he looked down, a frown gracing his features. "That's the real reason you didn't breathe fire for those kids earlier, isn't it?" Dash, he sighed a bit. "Why you were so interested in my dad being able to breathe fire, and why you suddenly wanted to eat curry. That's what Hato meant by the curry trick, right?" Ryuko's mouth went agape and she sighed, feeling so utterly defeated by everything. "You're very perceptive, Midoriya. I'm impressed. You're correct. I can't breathe fire. I never could or ever have. And with how things are, I probably never will." Izuku frowned. "What do you mean? The other you can breathe fire." Ryuko sighed once more, staring at her feet. "Because she's clearly better than me. I don't know how or why, but I guess her quirk came with benefits that I simply don't have. I've tried for years and attempted more crazy tricks than I care to admit, and I have nothing to show for any of it." Dash, she raised her head to look at him. Dash. "Do you see what I really am now, Midoriya? Despite what you think, I'm not yours or anyone else's hero. I'm a failure." "That's not true," Izuku yelled, a fire burning in his gaze. Ryuko was stunned by the loudness and authority of his voice. Eri looked toward her parents, worry written all over her face. "Is everything okay?" Ryuko tried to respond, but her voice wouldn't project. Izuku turned to Eri, offering a reassuring smile. "It's okay, Eri. I just got a bit excited about something." Eri wasn't entirely convinced but decided to leave it alone. It wasn't the first time the girl experienced parents wanting to discuss something in secret, or do something in secret. The latter part always troubled her. What activity could parents possibly do together that they wouldn't want their child to be a part of? However, Eri had long since concluded that they must have super-secret adults-only candy-eating parties in their room. That's why she was never allowed to have too many, obviously. Izuku turned back to face Ryuko, the passion returning to his gaze, leaving Ryuko unsteady where she stood, feeling her heart race slightly. "I know what it feels like to think you're a failure. I lived with that for years, wanting something so badly that everyone says you can never achieve, even yourself. So, believe me when I say this, Ryukyu. You are not a failure. You are a hero. One of the most genuine heroes I know. I know you're down and what you want to accomplish seems impossible, but trust me, it isn't." Dash, Izuku took a breath, steadying himself. His eyes stared simultaneously directly at her and past her all at once as he continued to speak. "I wouldn't be standing where I am today if I just gave in to what I thought was impossible." Ryuko tried to calm her heartbeat, doing her best to ignore it for now. The woman's more immediate problem was how, despite a part of her wanting to refute what he was saying, there was almost an absoluteness to his words, something she couldn't deny. If a former, seemingly quirkless boy could rise up and accomplish the things he had, then what about her? Perhaps there was a chance. Maybe this terrible day was just getting to her, making her lose focus? Once again, she felt a weight bearing on her soul lift. She was starting to notice that Midoriya seemed to have a knack for that. She tried so hard not to smile like an idiot, trying to maintain any level of professionalism. It was ridiculous how she kept falling apart in front of this boy. Seriously, what on earth was wrong with her today? "Thank you, Midoriya, again. It seems I'm relying on you a lot, and I'm sorry for that." She spoke, her voice faint. Izuku waved his hands. "No, it's fine, Dash. It really isn't, though. It's disgraceful. I'm supposed to be your superior during your work study. You should be relying on me, not the other way around. But you're also a person, aren't you? I know I wouldn't be here without help from those around me. I wouldn't want someone to actively refuse help just because they're my superior. Why does everything he says sound so right?" She pondered. Ryuko stared but eventually chuckled. You're awfully wise for your age, Midoriya. He shrugged with a blush. He just been through a lot. I can tell. She laughed. There was a long pause, and Izuku started to scratch the back of his head. If you want, I could help with your quirk, maybe? He mumbled. Ryuko's eyes widened as her mind flashed back to all her help from 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐻. Oh, I don't know, Midoriya. You've done so much as it is. But I can do more. I have a unique understanding of quirks, or at least that's what my mum says. That sounded really lame, didn't it? He drooped. Only a little. She offered placatingly. He raised his hands. Oh, just give me a chance. If my suggestions don't help or you don't like the idea, you can just say no. Ryuko stared at him. Why do you want to help me so badly? And why is that so comforting? Izuku tilted his head in confusion. Because that's what heroes do. Ryuko couldn't help but giggle a bit at Midoriya's sheer frankness with that statement. As if it were the most obvious thing in the world. To compare her interns, 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐻 aspired to be a hero, whereas Midoriya had heroism written into his genes. Looking at him directly in the eye, Ryuko couldn't help but feel reassured. Maybe she was about to make a mistake, but if the worst comes to worst, he did say all she needed to do was say no. All right, Midoriya. Show me what you've got. She smiled, folding her arms mock-expectantly. Izuku smiled and immediately reached into one of his back pouches and pulled out a small notebook and pen. Flipping through the book quickly, he stopped on a particular page. Alright, so what I know about your quirk so far is, it transforms your body at will into a dragon. You can also do partial transformations of specific body parts, including growing wings and coating your body in scales, though it demands more concentration. And your top flight speed is 122 knots. Ryuko tilted her head in alarmed bewilderment. How do you know all that? Izuku froze. I'm what you would call a hero nerd. I know it's a bit creepy, he said glumly. This time, Ryuko waved her hands, an uncharacteristic pang of panic running through her. Thinking she might have hit a sore spot. Oh no, it's fine. You just caught me by surprise, really. Izuku breathed and recentered himself. Okay, well, I have a few questions before I start theorizing. First, is it just your tail, wings, and scales that don't exist in your human form? Or are there other body parts that aren't there unless you're in your dragon form? Ryuko noticed that the boy was getting into a sort of rhythm. It was fascinating to watch. She placed a finger on her cheek. Not that I've noticed. I assume you mean things that aren't there, not parts of me that change, like my teeth or eyes. Izuku nodded. Yeah, like, are all your internal organs the same? Ryuko quirked an eyebrow. My organs? Yeah. Have you gotten an X-ray done in your dragon form to see if all the same organs are there or if you got extras? He smiled innocently. The pro was concerned and confused. I can't say that I have no. Izuku took his classic mumble-thinking stance. In that case, do you even know which organ you're trying to emit flames from? No, I don't. Ryuko had a dumbstruck expression as an epiphany sprawled into her mind. She had no clue how. Flames were supposed to be generated from her body. She just assumed that if she tried hard enough, her body would just work itself out, like learning to walk. She thought that either her lungs or her stomach would do something to allow her to make fire. But now, the more she thinks about it, if that did happen, it would just hurt her. The curry had proven, if nothing else, that her mouth wasn't exactly immune to heat. Ryuko then realized that she would need a separate organ to handle the flames. Or something. Midoriya chimed in, looking notably more comfortable than when they started. Well, that gives us a direction at least. First, we ensure your body has what it needs to breathe fire. Ryuko zoned back in. And how are we going to do that? I don't think it'll be easy to book an X-ray scan on such short notice, Midoriya. Izuku shook his head. No, we don't need that. If you can breathe fire, we should be able to spot it ourselves. Her eyes widened. We can. The boy scratched his head. Oh, I can maybe. I just need you to transform. At this rate, Ryuko would need eye drops with how wide her eyes were being kept open lately. Since when were you an expert on dragon anatomy? Izuku shuffled. Well, not. But I did see this sorta not documentary called The Last Dragon, and I had some of my own theories based off that. A look of nostalgia crossed Ryuko's features. Memories arose of her time looking up everything she could about dragons when she was young. Oh, I remember that one. It had plenty of good theories on how dragons could work in real life back in the pre-Quirk era. Wait, you've seen that? I thought you were a hero nerd. Izuku blushed. What? I was 10 once, and dragons are cool too. She chuckled at that, but her eyes soon showed skepticism. I know that movie had some good theories, but they're just that, theories. Are you sure that's reliable? Izuku shrugged a little. To be perfectly honest, I don't know. But look at it this way, until quirks came around, all sorts of crazy stuff like dragons were just a fantasy, something fake. So maybe we need something a little fake to point us in the right direction. She nodded at that. At least Midoriya's idea wasn't as crazy and off-base as 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲's was. This, at the very least, had some direct correlation to dragons rather than just spewing fire. Alright, I'll transform. Considering what you said, I assume you want to see inside my mouth. She imagined whatever he was looking for would have to be there. Izuku coughed into his hand to feign professionalism. Correct. Ryuko nodded. Okay, that makes sense. Just as Ryuko made to transform, a thought occurred to her. Just so we're clear, you're not going to do anything weird, right? Believe me, the last thing I want to do is something weird while you're in a prime position to bite my head off. He cringed slightly. Fair. With that, Ryuko transformed. Her body grew in stature. Scales formed over her arms and legs, with a tail and wings sprouting behind her. It was the second time Izuku had witnessed the transformation, and he was still amazed by it. To be fair, he didn't have an opportunity to fully appreciate it before. What with a raid going on and all. That's so cool, he said, a geeky look of wonder plastered on his face. Ryuko smiled, blushing slightly with her draconic teeth showing. Thank you. Izuku assumed a power stance to give himself more confidence. Alright, now please open your mouth. He faltered. Ryuko snickered a bit. Technically, ma, but it doesn't matter much. The dragoness proceeded to open her jaws as far as possible before realizing she had almost forgotten something. So, what are you hoping to see exactly? In short, tubes. He said candidly. Tubes. She tilted her head. Yes, tubes. I imagine you wouldn't have fire shooting directly out of your esophagus. There would be too much risk of damage to your tongue and the rest of your mouth. He frowned to himself. She nodded, hiding her amusement at his clumsiness. That did make sense to her. Finally opening her maw, Izuku peeked cautiously inside. Though he was doing his best to hide it, he was slightly terrified. He knew Ryukyu had no intention of harming him. She was a hero after all. But that didn't change the fact that he was still sticking his head inside a maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Okay, just hold still. This shouldn't take long. Oh hey. She said awkwardly. Ryuko was beginning to recognize how odd this whole situation was. She currently had a teenager examining the inside of her mouth in search of fire-spouting tubes that she wasn't sure existed or not. This was weird. Really, really weird. Hopefully, Eri isn't paying too much attention right now. Dash, what are you doing? Don't eat Papa. Well, so much for that. Ryuko sighed internally. Eri came rushing over in a panic. Fortunately, Izuku was there to assuage her concerns. It's okay, Eri. Your mama isn't eating me. I'm just helping her. The girl calmed down. Really? Did mama get something stuck in her mouth? Kinda. Izuku looked around. Ryuko rolled her eyes and groaned as she gave up. Apparently, life just didn't want her to keep secrets. That or she was just terrible at it. It wouldn't be the only thing she screwed up. Just tell her. Izuku looked up. Are you sure? Rent oing oi all oo eek to ekrek or her. Yes, we weren't going to be able to keep it secret forever. Eri was confused by the odd interaction her parents were having, leaving her wondering how her papa could understand what her mama was saying. Izuku took a deep breath. Well, Eri, I'm helping your mama breathe fire. The girl looked shocked. Mama can't breathe fire anymore. Izuku tried to keep it as simple as he could. No, Eri. She couldn't breathe fire in the first place. She couldn't figure it out, so I'm helping her to do so. Eri looked up at her mother figure, still stunned in silence, while Ryuko gave a light nod as if to say, it was the truth. Eri then looked down and made a resolute expression on her face. I want to help too, she said firmly, balling her hands into fists. Izuku had a smile on his face and looked up at Ryukyu. Is that okay with you? Ryuko sighed, feeling relieved yet beaten. Oh hey Hein. Fine. She had hoped to keep Eri out of the loop in case her innocence accidentally revealed her secret. But provided Ryuko explains things later, it shouldn't be too big of an issue. Midoriya gestured to Eri. Alright Eri. Come over here. Maybe you can help me spot something. Eri ran over to Izuku's side. What are we looking for? Tube-like muscles on the insides of Mama's cheeks. They might be a little further in than that, so keep your eyes sharp. Eri nodded as Izuku pulled out a small flashlight from his belt bandolier. Starting from the inside of the right cheek, he worked backwards. It wasn't long before Eri pointed at something. Wait, what's that? Izuku pointed the flashlight to where the girl gestured and noticed the same thing. A tube-like appendage was jutting out from inside her cheek, trailing all the way back inside her throat, and at its front end, directed towards them, was a small hole. Izuku pointed the light to the opposite cheek to see if the same thing was there, and it was. Great spotting, Eri. He patted her head and she smiled. Ryuko spoke up. High-end-Nomu. Did you find something? Izuku was excited. Yeah. We definitely found them. They look pretty much how I imagined them to, which means, physically speaking, you should be able to breathe fire. Ryuko almost gasped. Really? Really? Yeah, really. Which means you probably have some sort of gland that the tubes connect to that stores the fuel you use for fire. Ryuko was ecstatic. She was starting to think that her other self was just somehow superior and lucked out with being able to breathe fire. But there was the proof. After all, what else could those tubes be for on a dragon? If Ryuko had the organs, she should be able to emit flames as well. Izuku reassumed his thinking stance, his head still inside Ryukyu's maw. Which means, given that you don't have a way to make the fuel combust yourself, you would need a fuel that combusts on contact with the air, perhaps nitroglycerin like 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲, or a napalm-like substance that somehow reacts with the air, maybe. Ryuko groaned. Hi-ho-hiya, has 8, uti hik oo hos I ow. Midoriya, that's great, but I'd like to close my maw now. Oh right. Sorry. He said, pulling himself and Eri back. Ryuko breathed a sigh of relief, finally shutting her jaw again. So, what now, Mr. Quirk expert? She grinned. Izuku scratched the back of his head and blushed. I'm not really an expert. Eri chirped. What are you talking about? Of course, you are Papa. Izuku could only smile and fidget in place at the attention, all while mumbling denials. Ryuko noticed she was starting to find that part of him oddly endearing, though frustrating to witness. A smart boy like him should be more confident. Midoriya eventually formed a coherent sentence. Thanks, but as for where we should go from here, I think we now need to get you to focus on working the muscles associated with those tubes. Ryuko made a face one would often associate with being constipated. Am I the only one uncomfortable that we keep calling them tubes? Izuku also made that face. Yeah, I know what you mean. There's likely a more scientifically apt term, but I don't know. Eri looked at both of them. Why not call them flamethrowers? They both looked at Eri, then back at each other, grinning. You know what, I like that, my flamethrowers. Thank you, sweetie. Ryuko cupped her chin and smiled. Sounds good to me too. Good thinking, Eri. Izuku gave Eri a thumbs up. The girl smiled and blushed. No biggie. So, basically from here, I just need to keep working the muscles of my flamethrowers until I get somewhere, right? Ryuko's tone then shifted to annoyance. I still can't believe I've been trying to breathe fire with the wrong organs this whole time. Her mind kept berating her for her continued ineptitude. It felt like no matter what she did, she was bound to fail and never live up to the hero she was supposed to be. Her thoughts continued until Midoriya cut into her criticism. Don't feel too bad. You didn't know. If you're interested, I may have a bit of a shortcut. Ryuko smiled again. Well, you've gotten me this far. What's the harm? If there was one thing she appreciated about Midoriya's approach, it was how there was a logic to it. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐸, bless her heart, was clearly just throwing ideas at the wall until something stuck, and quite frankly, it had been driving Ryuko insane. Izuku beamed. Great, so here's my idea. Trying to work muscles you've never used before will be difficult, right? Like trying to walk on a leg stuck in a cast for several months. The pro nodded. So, we need something to help you get the sensation of using those muscles, kinda like how my dad did with his quirk. Ryuko continued nodding slowly, growing slightly concerned with where this was going. So, with that said, we need to make you eat Midoriya, please tell me you're not about to suggest curry again. Ryuko's eyes narrowed. Izuku waved his hands frantically. And no, that isn't what I was going to say at all. Ryuko inhaled. But, continue. Izuku recomposed himself. As I was saying, it would be good if you could get the sensation first before you practice. So, considering we're reasonably sure you have a gland that stores the fuel you use for fire, your body must create that fuel from something. Ryuko chimed. Most likely from food. He nodded back. Exactly, with that in mind, the best way to help you breathe fire is to force your body to do that involuntarily, so you know what it feels like. And the best way to do that is Ryuko chimed in again. Is to stuff that gland with so much fuel that it has no choice but to expel it from my body. The tutor-like boy smiled. Exactly. See, you could have figured this out all by yourself. Ryuko smiled back. I don't know about that, Midoriya. I think I would still be spinning my wheels without your help. She paused. A thought occurred to her. Just one question though. Wouldn't I have stockpiled enough fuel in this gland ages ago? I mean, it should have forced its way out already. Izuku pondered. It's possible that there is a safety measure for that. Like, slowly letting out excess fuel over extended PRDS in portions that wouldn't combust or even be particularly noticeable. Ryuko cupped her chin. I suppose so. Biology is not exactly a forte of mine. So, I guess I just need to eat a lot, right? Izuku nodded. Specifically in your dragon form. And probably lots of meat, given that dragons are most likely carnivores. He started to mumble. Hold on. My dragon form. What? She responded quizzically. Well, for one, I imagine your digestion in that form breaks down food faster and can also store more. Secondly, we don't know if that fuel gland exists while you're human. He answered analytically. Ryuko had a moment of sudden understanding. Right, so that's why you wanted to know if my internal organs were all the same. Pretty much. While this discussion was happening, Eri simply watched her parents' interaction, smiling the whole time, feeling truly at home for the first time in what felt like forever. Taking out his pen, Izuku noted down all the things they had managed to learn. The issue now was stuffing Ryukyu senseless with food in her dragon form. Money was not a problem, thanks to Ryukyu's funds. The problem was picking a place to get meat in bulk, especially considering they didn't know how much they needed. However, Ryukyu knew of a few butchers in the area that should provide a bit, at least for a quick test run. Apparently, Izuku was more right than he realized about the carnivore thing. But who knows, maybe they wouldn't need too much. After making a few phone calls, a truck soon arrived to deliver what they needed. However, when they reached the lobby to pick up the 𝐒𝐿𝐵𝐲, there was a slight problem. To say the receptionist was baffled by the sudden 𝐒𝐿𝐵𝐲 was a vast understatement. When they arrived on the scene, they could hear a severe argument between the 𝐒𝐿𝐵𝐲 man and the receptionist. Sir, please. There is no way Ryukyu herself would order a literal ton of beef. You have obviously been pranked. Ryuko sighed. I probably should have warned her about that. Oh well, better break this up. Well, this meat has to go somewhere, lady. The man bellowed. The receptionist huffed. I bet you say that to many women. With the same amount of success. The 𝐒𝐿𝐵𝐲 man was livid. Excuse me. Ryuko stepped in, leaving Eri and Midoriya behind her. Hold on. That's the 𝐒𝐿𝐵𝐲 I ordered. The receptionist gaped at her. Ma'am. The WhatIf man looked at Ryukyu, nodded his head, then looked back to the receptionist with the biggest sh-eating grin on his face. Though Ryuko couldn't see it from her angle, the receptionist was flipping him off from under the desk, giving him the coldest glare. Turning back to Ryuko, the man handed her a small PDA. Very well, ma'am, just sign here and it's all yours, he said, pointing at the large box behind him. Quickly signing off on the device, she smiled. Thank you very much. Do you need a hand with that? He gestured to the box. No, I should be fine. Thank you. The WhatIf man turned to leave, but not before quickly poking out his tongue at the receptionist while Ryuko was focused on the box. The receptionist gritted her teeth, staring daggers into his back until he made his way outside. Ryuko used her quirk to transform her arms, gaining mass and scales as she moved to lift the box with ease, all while both Izuku and Eri looked on in awe. Ryuko then turned to face the receptionist. Clara, I know it's my fault for not giving you a heads up, but try to play nice, okay? Clara sighed. Yes, ma'am. Good. The pro then headed back to Eri and Midoriya. Izuku looked a little concerned. Is everything okay? Ryuko nodded. It should be fine. Let's head back down. We can use the kitchen there. Can the elevator handle all that weight? Midoriya queried. Don't worry, just about everything in this building was designed to handle some harsh treatment. Both Eri and Midoriya nodded, making their way back to the elevator. But Ryuko remembered something and called out. Clara, did 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲? Oh yes, she says she got a call from you. Something about needing to learn about the importance of curfews. She replied, a knowing look on her face. Ah, I see. I was wondering when that would happen. Finally entering the elevator, the odd, quasi-family made their way down. I knew it was going to be a lot, but... Ryuko trailed off. They were all standing around the now open box. Ryuko didn't know what she was expecting, but she did hope it would look more appetizing. Especially considering how she was supposed to eat the entire box full all by herself, or at least most of it. Don't worry, I'm sure your dragon form can handle it. Izuku reassured. Yeah, we'll cook it good, so it'll be easy. Eri also reassured. Ryuko took a steadying breath. Alright then, let's get to work. She smiled. Setting up an efficient system proved time-consuming but manageable. For Izuku anyway, compared to the impromptu meal preparations he had to do at the training camp, this was easy. Their system was simple. Izuku would continually cook batches of meat while Ryuko, in her dragon form, would shred portions to prep with her claws, then Eri would hand that to Izuku to cook more batches. Anytime a batch was done, Ryuko would chomp it down immediately. This went on for quite some time. In fact, Ryuko was beginning to feel quite bloated. I think this whole experience might put me off of beef for the rest of my life. She groaned as she patted her belly. Izuku gave a sympathetic smile. I know it's hard, but try to focus on what we're trying to accomplish here. Ryuko smiled. I'm trying. Don't worry. I'm not going to give up just yet. Izuku smiled back. Glad to hear it. Now here's another serve. As he placed another plate on the table, Ryuko stared at the plate and groaned as she reached for it. Yet more time passed till the sun was beginning to set. Ryuko was absolutely stuffed and refused to eat anymore. If she did, she felt like she would explode. Erf! She groaned as she sat back against a wall. She was beginning to wonder if it really was food that the fuel was made from. Maybe her real problem was that she wasn't eating the right things to make the fuel. Izuku had a pained expression. How are you holding up, Ryukyu? The pudgy dragon narrowed her eyes at him. How do you think? She gurgled. The boy felt guilt spreading through him. I'm sorry. This was a terrible idea. I should have thought about the possibility that your body needs something else for fuel. I shouldn't have suggested this. Ryuko sighed and smiled. You did nothing wrong, Midoriya. I'm the one who agreed to this. Besides, maybe it's just taking a while to digest is all. Izuku smiled back. Yeah, I hope so. I know so. Eri shouted, pumping a fist into the air. Both Izuku and Ryuko smiled at that. Ryuko was, if nothing else, glad to be spending time with them. She was so stupid for being anxious about telling them about her problem. This was probably one of the best decisions she has ever made. She felt like she was part of a complete family unit again. Something that had been missing from her life since she first became a pro hero. She had yearned for the warmth that came with it. Now that familiar warmth was spreading through her body. Her chest, her neck, the insides of her cheeks. Wait a minute. Something's happening. Ryuko said in a slight panic. Izuku was flustered. What? Is it happening? I can feel my cheeks swelling. Ryuko stammered. Izuku went wide-eyed and grabbed Eri by the hand, pulling her aside. Eri, we're taking cover, hurry. Yes, Papa. Ryuko was glad she had Midoriya around to keep Eri out of trouble. Now all she had to focus on was not screwing this up. She had no doubts now. The swelling was increasing. The sensation was foreign to her but certainly not unwelcome at this point. She stood up and planted herself on all fours, making sure she faced away from Midoriya and Eri. What happened next was practically instinctual. Ryuko opened her jaw as wide as she could, broader than ever before in her life. She could feel it unhinge, giving the upper and lower parts of her mouth the distance to stay out of harm's way. A fluid-like substance was ejected from her flamethrowers at high speed, shooting out a short range until there was a spark, and from that spark erupted brilliant flames, reaching out several meters from where Ryuko was standing in one great gout of fire. After a few short moments, it ended. The sparks faded out, and all that remained were the smoky fumes they left behind. Ryuko was stunned for a moment, her jaw hanging open as she struggled to process the reality of what had just happened, of what she had accomplished. Izuku and Eri ran up to her, unable to contain their excitement. Izuku was geeking out hard. You did it. That was amazing. And it was massive. There was fluid. It combusted and everything. Eri cheered next to him. Yeah, whatever Papa said. Ryuko turned to look down at Midoriya, and a realization struck her. The boy had managed to do in less than a day what she couldn't do since high school. Ryuko could finally breathe fire, after so long, after years of believing it to be impossible. She now understood that the other Ryuko wasn't better simply because she had a mate. She was better because Midoriya was there in her life to guide, support, and achieve things that she, by herself, couldn't. For the first time, she acknowledged the other Ryuko's choice. She understood at least partly what she saw in him. He was brilliant, and also quite charming. Charming. Izuku was waving his hand in front of Ryukyu. Hey Ryukyu, are you okay? You've been staring at me for a while now. He blushed. Ryuko snapped to reality, noticing her maw was still hanging wide open. She immediately snapped it shut and averted her gaze from Midoriya. What the hell is happening right now? Frantic, she tried to speak. I'm okay, Midoriya. Just caught up in the moment, I suppose? Izuku nodded and smiled. That's fair. You did do something incredible just now. That's right, she did do something incredible. And right now, she is just riding high. That's all this feeling is. She's just grateful, that's all. Ryuko coughed into her claw. Yes, I did. And I have you and Eri to thank for it. I couldn't have done this on my own. Izuku shook his head. Not at all. You had the potential all along, Ryukyu. You made your quirk yours. All we did was point you in the right direction. Izuku stood firm and pointed at Ryukyu. So, allow me to say this, despite what you think, you're still my hero. A big grin adorned his face. Ryuko's eyes dared to look back at Midoriya, staring directly into his eyes, and she could see the kindness and honesty in them. For a moment, everything became a blur as Ryuko felt something inside of herself boil over. She felt herself move, but Ryuko lost track of everything around her. She only came to her senses when she heard someone eep. The next thing she knew, Midoriya was wrapped in her arms, held firmly against her chest. Midoriya was blushing furiously. Ryukyu. Why you're welcome. Ryuko could feel the heat rushing to her face. She immediately put him down and stepped back. It was good she was in her dragon form. It made her face hard to read. Oh, sorry about that, Midoriya. I guess I'm feeling especially grateful today. Ha. She tried to laugh it off. What kind of excuse was that? Izuku waved his hand. It's okay, Ryukyu. Trust me. I get it. This was a long time coming after all. Though his face was still entirely red. Ryuko chanced to look at Eri, who just looked proud. The pro shook her head. She needed time to think. She needed to get out of this situation. She needed to figure out why this was happening, why she was suddenly so captivated by someone. A teenager, of all things. She grimaced at the thought. Don't focus on that for now. Just get the hell out of this somehow. She chastised herself. Ryuko took a deep breath, and then an idea came to her. Midoriya, seeing as it's so close to finishing time and since you've been so helpful, how would you like to return to UA early? She forced a smile. Midoriya looked at Ryuko a bit quizzically. Sure I guess. There are some assignments I need to work on. Ryuko internalized a sigh of relief. That's a superb sense of work ethic you have, Midoriya. We'll see you tomorrow then. She held the urge to facepalm at how dorky she sounded. Eri looked downtrodden. Papa's leaving already. Izuku walked over to Eri, placing a hand on her head. Yeah, I'm going but I'll be back tomorrow, I promise. He gave a reassuring smile. Eri held out her pinky. Pinky swear. Izuku's smile broadened. Pinky swear. As he gripped Eri's pinky with his own. Eri smiled and nodded. Izuku then turned back to Ryukyu and bowed. Thank you for having me today, Ryukyu. So far, this is the best time I've had working under another hero. So thank you. For everything today. He looked up to see Ryukyu turning her head away from him. Stop saying things like that. You're killing me here. She pleaded. It was no trouble, Midoriya. You're in my care after all. She stuttered out. Izuku smiled and turned for the elevators, stepping inside once they opened. Ryuko, going against her better judgment, decided to glance at him as the elevator doors started to close. He was looking straight at her, giving her the most endearing look of adoration she had ever seen. Unable to do anything but stare back, trapped in his gaze while the elevator doors finally closed. Ryuko knew that her life was royally screwed. Ryuko was currently riding up the elevator with Eri to the top floor of the agency, where the semi-penthouse suite served as her actual home. One of only 2 places in the building that required passcode entry. After punching the passcode into the elevator's keypad, Ryuko felt sick in her gut, and it wasn't just from overreading earlier. Eri gave her a concerned look. Are you okay, Mama? She made a brave face. Yes, I'm fine, sweetie. Don't worry about me. Truth be told, Ryuko was anything but fine. The moments before Midoriya left were still running on a loop in her mind. If not for Eri's presence, Ryuko might have given in and broken down into a panic attack by now. It was ridiculous to Ryuko. How could she be attracted to him, let alone this intensely? He was just a kid, still in high school. A first year, no less. But why am I like this? What the hell is wrong with me? Ryuko was racking her brain for anything to explain why this was happening, but she was exhausted. Today had been a long day of ups and downs, and she just wanted it to end. Do you still want to watch the movie, Mama? Eri asked cautiously. But Ryuko still had her duties as Eri's new guardian. She had promised the girl to watch Eri's favorite movie with her, How to Train Your Dragon. It was also a favorite of Ryuko's when she was the girl's age. Of course, sweetie. I wouldn't miss it for anything. Ryuko put on a smile. The pro figured that focusing on something else, for now, might be for the best. After all, it's not like the answer was just going to fall into the dragoness's lap. Eri jumped for joy. If only Papa was here. It was his favorite movie too. Really? I guess that makes sense given the quirk he has over there. Ryuko mused, though she didn't want to think too hard about Midoriya right now. However, Eri continued. Yeah, Mama showed him the movie when he was feeling sad. Papa said it was one of the reasons why he was glad he was Mama's mate. Ryuko froze. Mama's mate. So, they did mark each other. Slowly but surely, a realization made its way into her mind. Eri tilted curiously. Mama, you're being quiet again. Ryuko shook her head. Oh, sorry, Eri. A thought just crossed my mind. You mean Papa being sad? Don't worry about it. She awkwardly waved dismissively. Okay, Mama. Eri gave a sly grin. Ryuko had a theory. All she needed to do now was confirm it. When she returned to the penthouse, she would need to do some research. Izuku had finally returned to UA. The trip from Ryukyu's agency was even further than Gran Torino's, though admittedly not by much. Thank God for bullet trains. Stepping back into his class's dormitory, he was greeted by one of his closest friends. So how did it go, D-kun? Ochako Uraraka asked. It was great. Everything went fine. He meant it. Today had definitely been one of his better days. He couldn't get Ryukyu's hug out of his mind. But, Uraraka, can I ask you a bit of a weird question? Sure, so long as it has nothing to do with weird guy grossness. She said jokingly. He cracked a slight smile in response. Right? What? Is there any special meaning to a girl hugging you out of nowhere? Uraraka's face immediately became cold and distant. What? Izuku was now beginning to wonder if this was a good idea. Who was he kidding? Of course, this was a terrible idea. It's not like that hug could really mean anything anyway. His dumb brain was just hoping it could. And now he was making his first real friend feel uncomfortable with it. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. Don't worry about it. He gestured. D-kun. What happened exactly? Uraraka said, her voice still unnaturally cold. Did he do something wrong? Honestly, she was pretty terrifying to Izuku right now, so he slapped together a messy response in his head. It's just, during my work study I helped this lady. Thankfully, he had managed to avoid saying Ryukyu. That would have caused multiple problems. Uraraka's tone shifted back to normal. I see. Well, it probably doesn't mean anything. It was probably just that woman's way of being grateful. Yeah. I figured as much. Sorry for bothering you with this. He said dejectedly. Uraraka waved her hand. Don't worry about it. I know how you are with girls. And it's not like you could have asked Ida about this. He's a good guy, but ladies are not his strong point. Izuku thought back to the night when they rescued 𝐒𝐮𝐸, when Kirishima was coaching them all on their disguises. Okay guys, disguises are great and all, but we gotta play the part. Eijiro Kirishima pointed at them. They all nodded back at him. The red-headed Eijiro shifted to Midoriya. Alright, first off, Midoriya, you gotta act like a street thug. I'm okay. Izuku only thought was that he had no idea how to do that. Switching to Ida, Kirishima exclaimed. Ida, you need to act like a huge perv. The stiff Tenya Ida gave Kirishima an incredulous stare. And why a pervert, might I ask? Because you're actually nothing like that. No one will ever guess that it's you. Look, all you gotta do is say, look, that lady's got a huge rack. And stuff for it. Ida cupped his chin and nodded, deep in thought. Nodding back at Ida, Kirishima then turned to Momo Yaoyorozu. Okay now, Yaoyorozu. You need to act like a spoiled brat. I'm not sure, Kirishima. She replied uncertainly. Look, trust me, just act like every other rich kid you ever met. Oh, you mean like I'm incredibly entitled? She brightened. Exactly. Finally, Kirishima pointed at the remaining neutral student. Actually, you can just be yourself. The pretty boy get-up works with that. Cool, Shoto Todoroki voiced stoically. Kirishima then turned to face the entrance of the store. Alright, everyone. Let's get out there and save Bakugo. He pointed enthusiastically. Ida raised his hand questioningly. The redhead deflated a bit and pointed at him, slightly perplexed. Yes, Ida. Sorry, I just had some questions. What kind of rack am I referring to exactly? And how is that in any way perverse? Kirishima was dumbfounded. What? I mean, is it a clothes rack? Or a book rack? For that matter, if the rack is huge, how exactly would they be carrying it? Kirishima was just staring at Ida, unable to say a word. I'm not an expert regarding women, but last I checked, they don't carry racks with them everywhere. Kirishima was now pinching the bridge of his nose. Dude. Though I am willing to be corrected if I am being ignorant. Ida turned to face Momo before the groaning leader could respond. Perhaps you could tell me, Yaoyorozu. Do you carry a huge rack with you everywhere? Momo looked up to ponder. I suppose there's the shelf on the back of my hero suit, but it's not that big. I wouldn't say that I have a huge rack. Izuku and Kirishima stared at them both in open-mouthed disbelief. Ida began to ponder as well. Perhaps it's a matter of opinion. How about you, Midoriya? Do you think Yaoyorozu has a huge rack? Izuku mouthed dumbly. Todoroki then raised his hand. I would also like to know the answer to this question. Izuku blushed. Uraraka wasn't wrong. Thanks for being so understanding. I think I'm gonna go lie down for a while. Uraraka smiled. Alright, take care, Deku. She waved. As Izuku bid farewell and walked away, Uraraka couldn't stop thinking to herself. Who hugged him? Was she pretty? Oh God, what if he gets an entire fan base of women like that? Uraraka shook her head. She couldn't spend time thinking about this. She swore to focus on her studies and becoming a pro before dealing with how she felt about Deku. Too many people have failed to achieve their dreams by attempting to have their cake and eat it too. Becoming a pro hero was hard enough without also trying to balance a relationship. Uraraka calmed herself and proceeded to return to her room. Unbeknownst to her, a curious purple-haired rocker had overheard their conversation. Kyokajar pulled her head out of the fridge and closed the door. Interesting. She murmured, glancing in their direction. Ryuko had broken out her laptop and was currently trying to multitask, watching a movie while doing research, which Eri wasn't exactly thrilled about. But Ryuko had said she'd make it quick, and she meant it. It shouldn't take long. Bringing up Google in her browser, she typed in, how to tell when you've marked a mate. It was the only thing Ryuko could think of that made sense. If what she knew from her parents was anything to go by. Many pages came up. Most of them were forum posts discussing the matter of quirks that made people mark others as mates. Typically, one has to consciously choose their mate. But ostensibly, there have been exceptions, although there was no hard evidence. Marking was essentially a phenomenon where a person was emotionally and, in some opinions, spiritually bound to another. Truth be told, at least scientifically, it was just your brain shooting extra dopamine whenever you're in the presence of your marked partner, significantly more so than your average couple. Ultimately, it makes you covet your mate in any number of ways. However, in general, scientists concluded that marking, in many ways, behaved like an addiction, one that tended to be painted in a more positive light as a conscious commitment a person made. Many posts on the forums said more or less the same thing. When I met my mate, there was a light in my eyes, and I felt tired or maybe queasy afterward. I can't explain why, but I felt tired. It was like the sun was in my eye or something. Is feeling motion sick when meeting a mate normal? Mentions of light in their vision and or a sense of exhaustion after the fact. Ryuko tried to think back to a moment when something like that might have occurred. She went over today, thinking back on every interaction with Midoriya. The heart-to-heart. Their various conversations. The hug. Ryuko blushed, but none of it resembled what the forums described. So, she went back further, and even the meeting 5 days ago had no such event. She was stumped. But then it hit her. Weeks ago. Their very first conversation. Her mind rewound back to the aftermath of the raid. Night Eye was carted off in an ambulance as Midoriya looked on in concern. She had wanted to comfort him. Give him something else to think about rather than the cruel reality of a hero falling in the line of duty. Midoriya, there are many injured. So now is not the time to celebrate. But, thank you. When the boy turned, his eyes met Ryuko's for the first time. Then it happened. The sun seemed to glare in her eyes as a strange sense of exhaustion took her. Back then, she had assumed it had to do with the raid, the whole ordeal finally catching up to her. But now, she doubted that. Suddenly, so many things were making sense. The way she behaved around Midoriya. The comfort she felt in his presence. The power his words had over her. The anger at his suffering. Even her sudden longing for a partner only came about after that first conversation with him. What she had attributed to an early midlife crisis was, in actuality, her quirk's instincts calling out for her mate. Oh my God! I've marked a minor as my mate. Her voice echoed in her mind. Everything around her seemed motionless. She could feel her heart in her throat. She wanted to puke, the stress and anxiety eating at her. Until a cry, seemingly distant, called out to her. Ma. Mama. Eri called, pulling on Ryuko's sleeve. Yes, Eri. Ryuko mouthed. Mama, you don't look okay. Are you sick? The girl looked scared. How could she do this to the poor girl? She's so pathetic. It's okay, Eri. I think something might have been wrong with that beef, that's all. Okay, Mama. But if you need to lie down, you really should. Eri pleaded. Ryuko forced a smile. Thank you, Eri, but let's try to focus on the movie, okay? All right. Eri nodded. Back to face the screen of her TV. The movie was now at the part where Hiccup, the boy protagonist, was holding a knife over Toothless, the small black dragon that Hiccup had captured. The imagery was more relatable than it should have been. Ryuko felt trapped, held at a knife's edge by forces beyond her control. As far as she knew, there was no way to undo a mark. She would research more later just in case, but she didn't hold out hope. Things wouldn't be as tense with her parents if life were that simple. She felt jealous of Toothless in a sense. While the fictional character's torment would be brief, she had no idea when hers would end. Her mind wondered what people would do if they found out. She might lose her hero license. Or lose custody of Eri, being seen as unfit to be around children. Or probably both. Of course, this was just typical of her life. Whenever something good happened, it was always followed by something awful. When she finally gets into a hero course, her parents start fighting. When she finally gets her license, her parents get divorced. When Ryuko became one of the top heroes in the country, she screwed it up and let someone die. And when she finally grasps a new aspect of her quirk after years of trying, it turns out that the same quirk has turned her into a child 𝐒𝐻𝐵𝐻 charge waiting to happen. What am I going to do? Izuku was sitting in bed, going over the day's events in his head. I'm too young for her. She's taken. I'm too young for her. She's taken. He was trying so hard not to think about Ryukyu, to keep himself from feeling things he shouldn't, but it was proving difficult. How she behaved when he last saw her stuck out in his mind. It was so unlike what he knew of her. Ryukyu, or at least the persona of Ryukyu, was a woman best described as a compassionate empress. Regal and firm, but ultimately kind. But the woman he met today was far from that. She was still kind, of course, but she seemed a bit blundery. Like she was barely keeping herself together at times. Honestly, it was relatable in some ways. So, oddly, he found that endearing. Cute even. He shook his head. The look she gave him when he left, when those elevator doors closed, stuck out prominently. It made him feel a bit giddy inside, even as that made him feel guilty for feeling that way. Tossing and turning in his bed, he forced his mind to think about something else, one of the most memorable events of the day. The fact that he had just helped one of the top 10 be better at their quirk. A freaking student. Tutored a pro successfully. The only conclusion Izuku could reach with this unlikely achievement was that all that good karma he had stockpiled was starting to pay off again. It was so glorious to legitimately help someone without being hospitalized for change, not that Izuku regretted helping others. It was just a nice change of pace. Even his attempts to get Eri to smile ended up being interrupted by fighting with gentle criminal. Ring ring. Izuku pulled out his phone. His mother was calling him. Ever since the summer camp incident, his mum had enforced regular phone calls so she could check up on him. He couldn't blame her, considering she agreed to let him continue attending UA. It was the least he could do. The problem was a lot had happened. Izuku had been avoiding telling her about the new situation with Eri for a while now. He wasn't sure how to approach it, but he knew he had to. It might be more Ryukyu's secret than his, but deep down he felt his mother should know. Not telling her could potentially make things worse later. Giving a slight resigned sigh, Izuku answered the phone. Hi Ma. How are you? He made his tone more upbeat. I'm doing great, Izuku. How's your day been? Izuku Midoriya said jubilantly. The boy smiled, thinking about all of today. It was clearly one of the most fulfilling days of his life. It was just shy of All Might naming him his successor. It was great, Mum. One of the best I've had. That could... What happened? Oh. I started my work study under a new hero today. Oh good. You didn't get into a fight with a mafia boss this time, did you? She questioned nervously. Izuku sighed with a smile. It was a Yakuza boss, Mum. And no, I didn't. For once, it was actually really calm. Not a single villain even showed up. You mean you're completely unscathed? Really? The surprise was prominent in her voice. He frowned. Mum, I don't get injured that often. Oh, I beg to differ, mister. Ever since you entered UA, all I've been getting is phone calls about you getting into fights and ending up in intensive care. Izuku didn't know how to respond, mostly because she wasn't wrong. 𝐮𝐸𝐸 continued. I guess I must give this new boss of yours credit. It seems they actually know what they're doing for a change. She huffed. Mum, please. The staff at UA try their best. It's not like they can do much about being targeted. Izuku could practically hear his mother's stern gaze over the line. Izuku, I know you mean well. But I don't know what I'd do if I had lost you during any of those attacks. I know, Mum. He sighed. Izuku knew deep down that this conversation would never get anywhere. He felt terrible about what his mother had to deal with, but it's not like he could just turn his back on all this. The boy tried to derail the conversation. Well, I agree that my new boss is great, at least. He heard the mother shuffle to make herself more comfortable. So, who are they? The number 10 hero, Ryukyu. He said with pride. Ryukyu. As in the one who can turn into a dragon. Izuku nodded excitedly, even though he knew she couldn't see it. The very same. Izuku was basking in the warm glow of his accomplishment when he heard, sniff. You okay? Sniff, yes, dear. I'm just so proud. My little boy is moving up in the world. Izuku heard his mum blow her nose loudly on the line. He expected this, of course. His mother was always a tad emotional. Or a lot, depending on which day it was. He leaned back on one arm against his bed as he looked up at the ceiling, trying to picture his mother's face, unseen by him in what felt like ages. I'm glad you're happy, Mum. He smiled. I'm just so impressed. Sniff, how did you get one of the top 10 to take you in? And not that I doubt you or anything. I just imagine that's usually pretty difficult. And this was the hard part. Because now, Izuku had to talk about Eri. Not just because his mother deserved to know, in case his involvement was publicized. The big issue was that Izuku literally couldn't lie to his mother to save his life. He could deflect and avoid talking to her about specific topics, sure. But when it came to making actual statements of deception, he was screwed. So there was now no other choice but to be completely honest. WL. You see. Do you remember Eri? He said uncomfortably. That girl you saved from. That Yakuza boss. Yeah. You see, something happened to her. Nothing bad, I hope. Her tone took on a concerned lilt. No, nothing bad. But, good. There was a long pause on the line. You still there? Why, yeah, I'm still here. 𝐮𝐸𝐸 breathed. What happened? Izuku spoke with honest concern. Honey, you, of all people, just described something as weird. This terrifies me. Izuku sighed. Mum, relax. I assure you it's nothing too serious. There's just a lot to get through. Should I be sitting for this? Maybe. Izuku heard the familiar creaking of the lounge room couch. Man, he missed that thing, and here he thought he was over being homesick. 𝐮𝐸𝐸 got back on the phone. All right, I'm ready as I'll ever be. Izuku clicked his tongue. Eri is currently under the impression that I'm her dad. Izuku heard a loud clattering noise that sounded concerningly like someone dropping their phone. You still there? More clattering ensued as he assumed his mother was now fumbling to pick up her phone. She thinks you're what? Izuku was afraid of this. He wasn't sure how he would deal with his emotional mother now that he was a sort of father. And that's not even getting into Ryukyu. This was going to be a long phone call. Just a second, Mum. Izuku stood up, taking his phone to his charger. What do you mean just a seco dash? She got cut off as he pulled the phone from his ear to plug it in. He put the now plugged-in phone to his ear and resumed. Alright, I'm back, Mum. Don't just leave your mother hanging like that. Explain. Izuku gestured with his free hand. Hey, just keep calm. He then covered his eyes. From what we can tell, something strange happened with Aries' quirk. We're still not entirely sure what yet, but it seems to have somehow replaced our Aries with a different one from a different reality or timeline with different events. There was another long pause, but just before Izuku spoke up. His mother beat him to it. A reality where you're her father. Izuku smiled. Not many people knew this, but his mother was surprisingly sharp. Most people would have asked if such a thing was possible, but he guessed she was past being stunned by quirks by now. Probably helped that she already knew a bit about Aries' quirk thanks to him. Adopted, but yeah, pretty much, Izuku confirmed with a slight sense of relief. He couldn't see it, but he could tell his mother was in deep contemplation. And how exactly does Ryukyu fit into this? And now for the really hard part. Izuku gulped. Eri is also under the impression that Ryukyu is her mother. The clattering returned as Izuku braced, putting his phone slightly away from his ear. Hearing the phone being picked up and placed next to his mother's ear, all he heard was, "Izuku." He said nervously, "What is my life?" She groaned. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. At least she wasn't explosive. "I think that question applies to me more, Mum. No offense." "No, I agree. I just..." Long story short, Ryukyu and I, in the other reality, are adults and a couple. And they both decided to adopt Eri. It's crazy, I know. Inko gave a long sigh. "I see. You know, Izuku, I wasn't expecting grandkids this soon." Izuku blushed faintly. "Mum. Sorry, honey. I had to." She giggled. "Yeah, I bet." He grumbled. "Just so we're clear, there's nothing actually going on between you and Ryukyu, right?" The sternness in her voice returned. Izuku's blush deepened. "No, there isn't. You don't have to worry about that," he said quietly. Inko breathed. "Good, just making sure. So how is this being handled exactly?" "Basically, we moved Eri over to Ryukyu's place, and for the moment, she's taking care of her. Ryukyu gave me the work-study opportunity so that Eri could see me more often." "I see. That is a good way to handle it, I suppose. Does Eri understand that you aren't her actual parents?" "She does. But we're trying to be as accommodating as possible to her. I let her call me Papa and everything." Izuku continued to blush. "That's so cute." Inko-kun. Izuku shuffled on his bed. "It's only fair, considering everything she's been through." His mother hummed in agreement. "Poor thing. No one should have to be enslaved to the Yakuza, let alone a small child." "So, are you okay with this?" Izuku blurted. "Okay with this? Are you asking for my permission to be a part-time father figure, Izuku? Because something tells me that even if I said you couldn't, you'd still do it anyway." She giggled. "No, I mean, does this upset you?" Izuku, "Of course, it doesn't. I mean, I am a little concerned. But from the sounds of things, you're approaching this as responsibly and maturely as possible. I'm proud of you." Izuku's tense shoulders immediately relaxed. All pretense of anxiety, as irrational as they may have been, gave way to sublime, calming bliss. "But could you do me one favor?" "Oh, what?" Izuku said, confused. His anxiety spiked once more. "Could you tell me when I get to meet my granddaughter?" He could practically hear her grin. Izuku shook his head and laughed. "I'll see what I can do, Mum. I'll have to talk with Eri and Ryukyu about it first, though." The boy got a flash of realization. "Which reminds me, can you keep all of this a secret? It would be bad for Ryukyu and me if rumors about this got out." Inko gave a hum of approval. "I understand. The media would definitely blow something like this way out of proportion." "Thanks, Mum. I appreciate it. Just make sure I get to meet Eri, and we'll call it even." Inko then gave a quick ponderous hum. Izuku guessed she was checking the time. He'd heard her make that same hum enough times to tell. "It's getting a bit late now. I should let you go. Even heroes need rest. Good night, Izuku." She cooed motherly. "Good night, Mum." He groaned like every embarrassed teen would but smiled. Izuku hung up and put the phone down. Then he considered something. Has Eri met Mum over there? He guessed he'd just have to find out tomorrow. Laying back on his bed, his body desperately craved rest. It didn't take long for him to fall asleep. Or at least, he thought he was asleep, but something felt off. When Izuku opened his eyes, what greeted him utterly baffled him. Figures stood in front of him. One of them was familiar, though strange in appearance. Looking down, most of his body was a dark green mist, except for his right hand and the top half of his head. One of the figures walked towards him, a bald man with goggles and a leather jacket. The man squatted down in front of him and pointed an accusatory finger. "About time you got here, kid. We got a lot of CRP to tell ya." Ryuko now lay in bed, Eri clinging to her as she slept. All she could do was stare at the ceiling, pondering how her life had become such a mess. After the movie had ended, the anxious woman again broke out her laptop to find anything that could remove a mark. But just as she suspected, it seemed to be impossible. Most of what she found were depressing stories of people who had fallen out with their mates and wanted out. People who found themselves tethered to those who turned out to be monsters, or at least not what they seemed. The closest thing she found to what she wanted was someone suggesting having their quirk stolen like ragdoll. After all, if marking is part of the quirk, then if your quirk was stolen, the mark should disappear as well. Putting aside the fact that it would ruin her career anyway. Japan, as it stood, needed heroes now more than ever. With All Might retired, crime everywhere was steadily climbing, not to mention the still existing league. Losing her quirk was out of the question, which of course left her stuck. She now had no idea what to do. She went over many possibilities, but all of them were terrible. If Ryuko prematurely ended Midoriya's work study to not see him anymore, she'd be hurting a poor boy who didn't deserve it, and Eri would probably never forgive her. She could instead try distancing herself as much as possible. But in this line of work, it would be difficult. That's not even mentioning Eri, who wanted to spend time with both of them together. Coming clean with this was also out of the question. It was one thing if it got out that Midoriya was Eri's father figure. It was another if Ryuko, marking him as her mate, got out. That was not a risk that she could afford. No amount of justification would be enough to get her out of that, as there was no way she could think of to prove that she had marked him by accident. In the end, she had come up with nothing, her best idea being distance, and it still had many problems. So, this is how my career ends. Not with a bang, but with a scandal. Being a bit dramatic, aren't we? Ryuko's eyes widened. She sat up but realized something was wrong with the room. Eri was gone, and the furniture, walls, and floors slowly evaporated, leaving behind an empty, smoke-filled void. "Where is Eri?" Ryuko yelled. "Don't worry, you're just asleep finally. You can thank me for that." The voice seemed to come from everywhere and yet nowhere all at once. Ryuko, right now, was stuck wondering what even was today. She tried to speak calmly. "And who exactly are you? Don't you know yet? You're a clever woman. You should be able to tell." Ryuko racked her mind, fatigue severely slowing it down. But she found her answer. "Storm. I suppose that's what the other me is called." The voice huffed. "You don't like the name?" Ryuko asked tiredly. "Let's be honest, neither of us is the biggest fan of our other selves." "Okay, so what should I call you?" Hearing heavy footfalls, Ryuko turned to face the figure stepping out of the smoky shadows. It was herself, in her dragon form. Good question. I am similar but different from my counterpart." The dragon raised a claw under its chin to ponder. Ryuko was surprised. So surprised that her brain temporarily lapsed for a moment. "Why do you look like me?" "Because I am basically you. What did you expect? Some kind of caged spirit animal. Or maybe an ancient, blue ghost calling you the chosen one." Ryuko, still freaked out by everything happening on top of the CRP heap that was today, got defensive. "No. How was I supposed to prepare for any of this?" The dragon laughed. But a name. How about Tempest? So, let me get this straight. Ryuko was currently pinching the bridge of her nose, trying to simultaneously process what was happening and keep herself calm in the face of what might be the most insane day she's ever had. Not only can you inform me when I'm about to be attacked, but you're also the one who controls my healing abilities and can keep me conscious in a fight. Pretty much. But don't rely on the recovery too much. Aside from the scales I grow to keep you from bleeding out. The actual healing is just me speeding up what your body usually does for the most part. Ryuko sighed. So, it's like recovery girl's quirk. Which means overuse will leave me exhausted. Bingo. The dragon nodded. Sighing once more, with frustration plastered to her face, Ryuko continued. Then let me ask this. What on earth does any of this have to do with a dragon quirk? And while I'm at it, why the hell are you showing up now? Okay, calm down there, sister, one question at a time. The dragon gestured at her, then swept with a free claw to space around them. Firstly, I have no idea why we have these abilities. For all I know, the god of quirks just decided, hey, you know what? This quirk ain't cool enough. Let's put a voice in their head that has a poor man's spidey sense and a poorer man's mutant healing factor. Wow, we have a lot of peripheral Marvel knowledge. Ryuko huffed, ignoring the dragon's off-topic comment. How can you not know? You seem to be practically all-knowing so far. Girl, I just became fully conscious like 20 minutes ago. I don't know, Jack. Ryuko quirked a brow. Fully? Yeah, fully. I was in this weird limbo up until now. Most of your life is like snippets and small details that I'm still piecing together. So, pardon me for not being all-knowing. Tempest motioned with air quotes. Ryuko calmed slightly. So, that's why you showed up now. You just woke up. Yeah, pretty much, and before you ask, no, I don't know why I woke up. But if I had to guess, it probably has to do with you being more wound up than I've ever felt from you before. The heroine looked down solemnly. So, my new worst nightmare helped me unlock a new part of my quirk. I guess this is supposed to be a silver lining. Shame it doesn't feel that way. Okay, we seriously need to address that. She looked up at the dragon. Address what? Your thing for the green teen. What else? Ryuko sighed, but a realization hit her. Can you remove the mark? You're stuck with that. She scowled back. Then what can you possibly do for me? The sassy reptile raised 2 digits to Ryuko. For one, give you someone to talk to about this. And 2, help you find a workaround. Ryuko tried to steady her breathing. Not to sound ungrateful, but I am far too tired for this. And I'm almost certain I've exhausted all avenues for a workaround. Are you sure? 'Cause you don't sound exactly confident. I know I'm new to this, what with only, technically, existing for all of 30 minutes. But I doubt you'll be able to sleep well with how you are right now. Ryuko lamented, realizing how right the dragon was. Then what do you suggest? Just be yourself. Tempest smirked simply. Ryuko's eyes bulged. What? Look, you pointed out yourself that all your ideas had problems. So, what can you do other than act like nothing's changed? The dragon attempted to look insightful, raising a single digit into the air. Maintain a healthy professional distance, don't go out of your way to interact with him, and just keep the status quo. Ryuko's jaw hung in place. So, basically, do nothing. Are you insane? Don't you know how strong the pull of a mark can be? I do. I also know you were starting to consider drags to restrain yourself. But we both know that won't work. Or did you forget how little that helped, Dad? She gawked. I thought you didn't know much. I don't, but I'm learning all the time. As much as it sucks, modern medicine is still playing catch-up to quirks. You know as well as I do that there is nothing on the market that'll leave a dent on a mark without seriously harming yourself. Ryuko gazed at her feet, clenching her hands into a fist. She knew all right, but she was desperate. From Ryuko's perspective, it all seemed hopeless. How could she just be normal? Her father couldn't, and he'd been trying for years. What hope did she have? You know what's been annoying me more than anything else about you so far? Ryuko looked up in exasperation at Tempest. You keep selling yourself short. Ryuko's grimace softened as Tempest marched towards her. Yeah, Dad couldn't beat his instincts, and he still has it bad. Know what? He isn't in the top 10. And don't give that CRP about being a failure. You worked your butt off to climb to the top, all while dealing with the quirk equivalent of having both arms tied behind your back. She pointed a claw at Ryuko's chest. You got to where you are even though you didn't have access to half of your abilities. You're an incredible person, Ryuko. You're not your father. Tempest then leaned her head down to meet Ryuko eye to eye. You're Ryukyu. Can do this. Ryuko stared back at the dragon, left entirely speechless. Tempest was right. Ryuko stared death in the face from multiple villains throughout her career. She faced all sorts of hardships to get where she was. She might have a mark she doesn't want, but that doesn't mean all's lost. This will be hard, but she won't take this lying down. Not without trying. She was going to make this work. She will find a way. Ryuko smiled for the first time at her new partner. Thanks, Tempest. I don't know what to say. I guess I'm more reliant on others than I'd like to admit. You can say that again. But there's nothing wrong with needing a confidence boost every now and then. Like when you're freaking the hell out over the biggest screw-up you have ever made. Ryuko glared pointedly at the snarky lizard. But think of it this way, it won't be easy, but you won't have to hold out forever. She deadpanned. What do you mean? Well, he's not going to be a teenager forever, is he? Ryuko paused, then facepalmed. Oh my god. Why didn't I think of that? Tempest grinned. It has been a very long day. The WM began to contemplate, cupping her maw with her claw. It's funny to think about how there was a time in this country when this wouldn't be a legal issue. I mean, it would still be a scandal if it got out. But it wouldn't put you on a watch list. Or get you a prison sentence. Her draconic features then frowned as she considered further. But in our case, the scandal part will still be a problem even if we make it, till he's an adult. Ryuko fell onto her rear, relaxing and gazing into the smoky void. It's still a load off my mind. It's better than completely losing everything I've worked for. At least I'll only have to keep this secret for 2 years at most. If Midoriya keeps his work study at my agency. Yeah, and then you can ask him out. If Ryuko was sipping tea, she would have done a spit take. Huh. Oh, come on, you said it yourself. Quite charming. She covered her face with her hands. Of all the things you currently know, that had to be one of them. Yes, absolutely. Now that I'm conscious, I have free rein to use all your memories just to tease you. Ryuko grumbled. Great, I have a troll inside my head. Wonderful. Tempest gave a gentle, playful shove to her host. Oh, don't be like that. Look, if you're having trouble or need someone to confide in, I'm always here. Ryuko smiled back. I'll hold you to that. But let's get something clear. Asking him out is not happening. She said sternly. Tempest smirked with a shrug. Whatever you say, Ryuko, now get some proper REM sleep. It's gonna be a big day tomorrow. Ryuko breathed in and out, bracing for tomorrow's events. Right, thanks. For everything. Tempest nodded to Ryuko, and as she did so, Ryuko could feel the smoky void fade in her vision, giving way to pitch darkness. The urge for slumber took full hold over her, with the last sensation she could remember feeling that night being gratitude. What the hell is happening right now? Izuku was currently staring at an intimidating leather-clad man. He didn't know whether the fact that he didn't have a mouth right now was a curse or a blessing. On the one hand, he probably would have said something stupid and embarrassing by now. On the other hand, he didn't have a freaking mouth. The man coughed into his hand. Kid, I know you got lot of questions. But I'm gonna hit you with the bottom line here. He spread his arms across the space around him. This is the inside of One for All, and we are all the past users. Izuku was stunned, his eyes going wide. I'm seeing all the past users. Holy CRP. The man then flicked a thumb at himself. I'm Daigoro Banjo, and I'm here to tell ya all the new crazy CRP you get to do. And warn ya about other things, so you don't screw it up. He cracked a big grin. You see, One for All's core has gotten big enough and tough enough to let you tap into all our quirks. If Izuku still had his jaw, it would have fallen to the floor. All of them. Banjo then frowned and jutted a finger at Izuku. Now, don't you get too excited. You're not getting all of them at once. You're getting mine first. The boy deflated. Oh, that's still awesome. He squealed internally. Banjo cupped his chin. We were gonna bring this up with you earlier. But that whole situation with the airy kid freaked 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐸 out so much it futzed with one for all. Izuku cringed slightly at that. Thankfully, that was a good tang. It gave us the chance to talk the head honcho out of telling ya mostly pointless news. A voice echoed out from behind Banjo, sounding quite distorted. TSNOTPOANTSS, ITSANIMPORNDBAR Banjo sighed and turned around. Yeah, and you know what else? It's not gonna help I'm with using our Quirk. He can learn that stuff later when he's not gonna kill himself. The distorted voice simply huffed. Izuku felt sorry for the voice. He would have liked to know more about One for All's history. Banjo turned back to Izuku. It also got us loads more organized. I got a list of need-to-knows and everything. Banjo reached into his jacket and pulled out a piece of paper and a pair of reading glasses. Putting on the glasses and unfolding the sheet, he cleared his throat. Okay, so, first things first. Now that One for All's more powerful he squinted at the paper. More susceptible to ya state a be in. Who the hell wrote this? He turned back to the ghostly mob behind him. Right now, Izuku was just bewildered by how mundane this interaction had become. A feminine, though equally distorted, voice replied to Banjo. LOK, JUSBRKITDOWNTOHIM. Banjo sighed and turned back around. Okay, basically One for All's more powerful now, but ya emotions can screw with it. So, if you're angry, One for All is also angry. You can wind up losing control if you don't keep you cool. Just be careful when you use your powers from now on. You dig? Izuku nodded. Guess I'll need to be more cautious then. Banjo brought the piece of paper back to his face and adjusted his glasses. Second point. The more the core grows, the more powers you get. So, keep working at uppin' the percentage you control. That seems to get it to grow more than anything else. Izuku would smile if he still had a mouth. So, don't give up on getting better at the base power, got it. And finally, if you need to contact us, just focus One for All's power into your mind. The connection's still janky, and we can only speak like one at a time without static, in case you hadn't noticed. So, don't expect too much, but we're here if you need us. Banjo then pulled the list from his face to look squarely at Izuku while pushing up his glasses, making him look jarringly sophisticated, at odds with his funky mannerisms and thug-like attire. Got all that? Izuku nodded again. Banjo turned back to the crowd. Sat everything. Can I talk about Quirk now? There was some distorted murmuring in the back until the feminine voice replied. YHTTSHOLDBLLOFI. Banjo turned back and grinned. Badass. Kid, now we get to the fun part. Izuku then watched as Banjo put away his glasses, crumpled the paper into a ball, and tossed it aside. Did he just litter inside my body? Pushing that thought aside, the boy was shaking with anticipation. He was getting a new quirk of his own to study, prod, and theorize to his heart's content. Banjo showed similar anticipation. So my quirk's called Black WHP. Pretty top-tier quirk if I don't say so himself. He cupped his chin, grinning to himself as Izuku heard distorted groans from the crowd. It works like this. All you need to do is focus and think, grab that, or capture, or otherwise have the urge to nab something, and Black WHP will shoot out and grab what you targetin', just like that. Izuku couldn't believe it was that simple. But, from what we can tell, all our quirks got boosted by One for All. So, while I could grab and restrain people as limit, you might be able to grab and tear down a building. Izuku's eyes bulged as Banjo motioned with his hands. So, be careful about that course, I'm just spitballing here. Banjo cupped his chin once more. And I think that's everything. We managed to get through all that without 𝐒𝐮𝐸𝐸 waking up before we were ready or something. Man, planning things out beforehand is badass. Well, I guess this is it, kid. Banjo waved. Izuku waved back with his still visible right hand, grateful for all his newfound knowledge. And they both kept waving. Then they both slowly stopped. And stared. For one long, awkward eternity. Banjo then spoke out loud. Do we have to do something to get him out of here? I thought this happened by itself. There was some distorted panic coming from the group as Izuku wondered if he was now trapped here. Oh no, who will take care of my collection of All Might merch? Banjo face-palmed. Seriously guys. The first distorted voice called out. WAITLETMESBKTOHIM. Banjo sighed. Ait tagjin out. As he walked back to the crowd. Another skinnier and messy-haired man walked up to Izuku. It's nice to finally meet you, Ninth Wielder. There was so much I wanted to tell you. But as the others pointed out, it wasn't as important as what you just learned. There will be another time for us to talk. When you have shred more of our power. The man reached out his hand. Izuku returned the gesture, reaching out with his right hand to the man. Just remember this, until then. You're not alone. As Izuku's hand connected with the man, the world around him seemed to spin. Everything was being pulled away like the drapes of a curtain as the boy was met with darkness again. He opened his eyes. He was in his bed. The ceiling and walls of a familiar space greeted him. He turned his head to read his All Might clock. It was 6:30 in the morning. Well, I wanted to wake up early anyway. He mused. He got out from under the covers and sat on his bed, looking down at himself. Well, I guess I should test this. Looking around the room, he noticed his drawers, which contained his clothes. He reached out his hand. Be calm, focus. Here goes nothing. Immediately, a black tendril extended from his arm, grabbing onto the knob of the drawer. Izuku had a look of awe that soon became fear as the tendril instantly wrenched the piece of furniture towards him, sending socks and underwear flying everywhere. The boy ducked as the wooden bullet made its way toward him. It was a good thing the dorm walls were sturdy. Crash! The drawer almost imploded on impact as it bounced off the wall. Unfortunately, while he managed to evade the flying drawer, Izuku couldn't avoid his boxers landing flat on his face. If that wasn't bad enough, his arm was now stinging in pain. Arg! What the hell? He didn't say it would hurt. He vented as he shook his hand. Guess I was right. No way it was going to be that simple. Izuku looked around the now messy, sock and underwear-ridden room, one side of his face still covered by his boxers. Why did I think practicing on my drawers would be a good idea? Thump thump. Izuku turned to face the thumping wall behind him, his Phantom of the Boxers mask flapping as he did so. Yo, Midoriya. Keep it down. There's no reason to be that loud in the morning. You don't have a girl in there, do? Minoru Mineta yelled. Izuku sighed as he blushed. No, Mineta. I don't have a girl. Well then, shut up. It's not even 7 yet. Izuku sighed again, his underwear mask drooping along with his shoulders. Sorry, Mineta. I'll keep it down. Note to self, don't practice new quirks in my dorm room. Ryuko was now in her office doing various standard desk tasks, including showing the government what work her agency did so she and those who worked for her could get paid. Along with continuing her search for Eri's new tutor. While the search was still being met with maximum failure, at least having practically no employees and only a handful of interns meant that her desk work was surprisingly small for a top hero. For the moment, Eri was still in the penthouse, playing video games on the latest Nintendo console. She was safe there, and Eri was smart enough and responsible enough to be on her own, while Ryuko was just a few floors down. While Eri adored spending time with her mama, after several days at the agency, she concluded that watching Ryuko work for hours was not fun. A sentiment shared by a certain someone who, unlike Eri, didn't have the benefit of being able to leave and do their own thing. This is so boring. Ryuko sighed. It's a necessary part of the job. She thought to Tempest. It's also a bland part of the job. Isn't it time for lunch? As disgusting as it is to watch you eat, it's still better than this. Ryuko hummed. Not quite, but it's getting there. Ryuko, since this morning, has been forced to adjust to a new routine. A routine centered around an impatient disembodied voice called Tempest. Though Ryuko wasn't sure why she was so impatient, it's not like she had anywhere to be. Or could be. Wait, is Tempest a she? Hey, Tempest. Yeah. Do you identify as a specific gender? PSH, you're worrying about that now. Girl, I'm a voice, you puny fleshies, and your concept of gender is beneath me. So, I'll refer to you as 𝐮𝐻. Ryuko could feel Tempest gesture a shrug. Call me whatever the heck you want. Don't matter to me. Okay. Suppose I'll keep referring to you as she 𝐮. Ryuko mentally nodded. At that thought, her personal phone rang. BZZ picking up the phone, her only thought was, this better not be another displaced little girl. Looking at the screen, she breathed a sigh of relief at the name. 𝐮𝐦𝐬𝐵 Binks putting the phone to her ear, she answered. Hey 𝐮𝐸𝐬. How's my agent doing? A deep, echoing voice replied to her. I'm doing great. How's my favorite hero? Doing fine, all things considered. She sighed. I can only imagine what it's like to be both a hero and a foster parent, you poor thing. He laughed. Ryuko laughed as well. It's tough, I won't argue, but it is rewarding in its own way. Glad. You're taking to it well. I had no doubt you could, Ryuko. She smiled. So, are you just checking up on me? Or is there something else? 𝐮𝐸𝐬's tone shifted to something more awkward. Well, there is something else. Have you Googled yourself recently, as in this morning? Ryuko's mood immediately dropped. Oh, CRP. What happened? She said uncomfortably. What? Do you have your laptop? Yeah. You should probably just look it up yourself. Ryuko looked at her laptop with dread. Bringing up Google and typing in her hero name, she couldn't keep down her anxiety. As irrational as it was to think, all she could wonder was if people found out about her mark. She knew it was impossible, but her nerves weren't having any of it. When Google produced the headline of a news report, Ryuko facepalmed. Ryukyu defeated by Curry. She groaned. Are you kidding me? Haha, holy CRP, that's hilarious. Shut up, Tempest. Ryuko shrieked inwardly. Ryuko heard 𝐮𝐸𝐬𝐵 on the line. I'm guessing you just saw it. It looked like you had it pretty rough there. If the video is anything to go by. She cracked. There's video. Yes. Unfortunately, someone recorded the whole thing on their phone. This just keeps getting better and better. Tempest croaked between huffs of laughter while Ryuko dragged her hand across her face. It's official. I hate curry. No cuisine in Ryuko's life had ever given her this much grief. If she had to write a review for the meal she ate, it would go something like this. It was like the dish had forced its way into my life during my prime. Then proceeded to abuse and exploit me for years, leaving me a broken shadow of my former self. She couldn't figure out why, but the fact that it was an Endeavor-themed meal made it feel eerily fitting. 𝐮𝐸𝐬𝐵 snickered a bit. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. But people have already started making memes about it. Oh no, she said, her face still buried in her palm. If you go into Google Images, you can probably see a few. Against her better judgment, she followed 𝐮𝐸𝐬𝐵's suggestion, curiosity getting the better of her. What she saw first was an image of her face. A poorly shopped 𝐮𝐸𝐴 face was plastered on top, firing a beam into the stratosphere, with the caption, Haha, Ryukyu go BWE. Tempest completely lost all remaining sense of decorum. Oh my god, please save that. I need that in my life. Ryuko could somehow feel the sass tile rolling around on the floor of her mind. I'm not saving it, Tempest. Will that be all, 𝐮𝐸𝐬𝐵? She groaned. I'm sorry, Ryuko. But you know how these things go. This'll be over in a week, I promise. Or sooner, if another hero does something embarrassing in public. I know. It's just frustrating. I know it is, but you'll get through it. By the way, you'll want to address your situation with Aries soon. The public is getting real antsy for an explanation. Ryuko nodded to herself. I know. I have it covered. There's an interview scheduled in a few days, right? You want to mention it then? He said, surprised. She shrugged. Might as well. They'll probably be asking about it anyway. All right then. Hopefully, there'll be no mention of the curry. He snickered again. Ryuko frowned. Goodbye, 𝐮𝐸𝐬𝐵. He laughed back. Good day to you too, Ryuko. After hanging up the phone, Ryuko leaned back in her chair and sighed. What a life. Going to class was an unavoidable part of the UA regimen, even for those part of the work-study program. At least partially, anyway. As such, Izuku still had to attend morning classes, but after lunch, he was off to Ryukyu's agency. Izuku debated whether he should speak with All Might about the new developments before heading over, or whether he should leave that till the weekend when he has more time. After all, it's not like it was urgent, and today was a Friday. One for All wasn't going to just disappear in a single day. And that's all for today, class. Don't be illogical and keep up your studies. That goes double for people on their work study. I don't want any slackers. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got work to do. Aizawa then pulled a sleeping bag out from under the podium and left the room, pulling himself from his thoughts. Izuku gathered his things and was on his way to leave when he heard an argument break out. What the hell is wrong with you? Denki Kaminari yelled. Oh, come on, it's a great idea. We can even share. Mineta replied. I'm not helping you buy custom-made robo-dolls to look like the girls. I'm sick of your dude. I promised to clean them after I use them. Mineta offered as if that was the main issue. No. I'm through with you, man. I want a real girl, not this weird CRP, and it's clear that's not happening so long as I'm stuck with you. He pointed at Mineta angrily. But I thought we were brothers, Mineta pleaded. Yeah, we were. Kaminari turned and stomped away. Wow, never thought that would happen. Izuku thought. He watched as Kaminari left the room, leaving behind a shocked Mineta. In the corner of his eye, he also noticed a surprised-looking Gyre following out after him. Kaminari was leaning against a wall, groaning with his face in his hands, as he heard someone walk up to him. So, you finally dropped him. Took you long enough. Gyru snarked. Yeah, well, it wasn't easy, okay? Kaminari growled. Gyru folded her arms. And why exactly is that again? Look, you don't understand what it's like. I need to have someone I can relate to, that I can talk to about girls. He gestured frantically. You're right. I don't understand how you could need that, she said dryly. Kaminari frowned. Don't you ever feel like talking about boys or something? Gyru rolled her eyes. No, but Ishido can't stop talking about them, that's for sure. Well, it's like that then. Think of me like a boy, Ishido. She cringed slightly. I'd rather not think of you that way, but I guess I get what you mean. Can't you talk to any of the other guys? She questioned. Kaminari threw up his hands. I tried. He then proceeded to list off with his fingers. Tokoyami is obsessed with his emo poetry, Aoyama is just weird, Sato, Shuji, and Kuda are way too shy about it, Bakugu is psycho, Todoroki scares me, Kirishima goes on and on about being manly, and he may or may not be into Bakugu, and I didn't even bother with the press. He's clearly got a stick rammed too far up his butt. Gyru raised her hand for him to stop. What about Zero? I would have figured you and the tape guy got along great. Kaminari sneered. I would have thought the same, till recently. Gyru's gaze widened. But what happened? Kaminari clenched his hand into a fist. He said Miruko is overrated. Gyru stared for a long, confusing moment. He what? I know, right? How dare he? Miruko is top tier. He shook his fist in the air. She deflated. Right. Well, have you considered Midoriya? Kaminari, taken out of his zeal, faced Gyru with a puzzled look. I don't swing that way, Gyru. And even if I did, I'm pretty sure Miruko is still hotter. Like, objectively. Gyru face-bombed. I meant as someone to talk to. Kaminari struck his open palm with a fist in realization. Oh right. He then cupped his chin. I don't know. As in, turns into a tomato whenever a girl talks to him, Midoriya. Gyru nodded. Apparently he's having girl trouble. He could probably use someone to talk to himself. Kaminari gawked. Really? Midoriya? I can't believe it. How do you know? She pointed to her ears. Super hearing. Remember, I overheard Uraraka and him talking. Apparently, some random girl he helped during his work study left an impression on him, but I think there might be more, considering how his heartbeat sounded. I see. It's still freaky that you can do that. He squinted. She shrugged. Just consider it. Midoriya could be a good influence. Provided you could stop being in butt. Kaminari sagged. Are you ever gonna stop giving me CRP? Jairu shrugged more. That depends. Are you still in butt? I said I was sorry about the sports festival. She glared. And I said I'd decide when I could trust you again. Kaminari clenched his jaw and stared at the ground. But I will say this. You did great backing away from the grapist. It's a step in the right direction if you ask me. She smirked. Kaminari looked back up. Thanks. Because. No problem. Jairu turned and started to walk away. Take care, Bolt Dolt. She waved. Ah yeah, you too. Waving back and waiting until he could no longer see her, Kaminari sighed and squatted down. Guess it's time to make some new friends. Izuku was sitting by himself in the cafeteria of UA, eating a concerning amount of katsudon made by the one and only Lunch Rush, a hero responsible for as many lives spared from starvation as spawning diet-related health concerns. Despite the pro's insistence that his quirk only helps make food quickly without issues for people's health. However, doctors were never quite sure. Since they couldn't quite piece together how his body processes food and creates it, the only thing they could confirm was that his food wasn't inherently hazardous. It didn't help that Lunch Rush repeatedly declined to give a clear-cut explanation, similar to All Might refusing to talk about his quirk. Because of this, there were many rumors that Lunch Rush's process was, in fact, incredibly gross, and if anyone knew, it would ruin him. But these things didn't bother Izuku. The food tasted like how his mum made it, and that's all that mattered. This is so good. Who cares if Lunch Rush makes this by regurgitating like a bird? Currently, the boy was by himself for a few reasons. Firstly, Uraraka had said she needed to speak with Azui about something. She didn't say what it was, but apparently, it was urgent. Secondly, Ida had class president duties to attend to. Thirdly, Aoyama was still not great with cafeteria food and didn't want to be rude to Lunch Rush by bringing his food there. Lastly, while Todoroki was now trying to be more sociable, he still had to focus most of his time on getting a provisional license. Izuku felt a little lonely, but more than anything he was focused on scarfing down his food like a madman so he could get to Ryukyu's as quickly as possible. He did not want to be late a second time. His mind thought back to when he first stepped into Ryukyu's office. The boss scolding that almost ensued. He shivered. Never again. Just then, Izuku heard a cough near him. He turned to face the direction of the cough, where he met eyes with one of his classmates. Can I eat here, Midoriya? Said Denki Kaminari. Sure, Kaminari. Izuku nodded quizzically. Cool. Denki smiled and made his way to sit down next to Izuku. What followed was a long, awkward silence. Izuku's eyes suched back and forth between Kaminari and the chopstick load of katsudon held awkwardly up to his open mouth. Am I supposed to say something? Or am I supposed to wait for him to say something? Just as Izuku was about to continue the chopstick's trajectory into his waiting pork hole, Kaminari spoke up. So, we don't talk very often, do we? Izuku cast a longing gaze at his chopsticks before suching back to Kaminari. No, I guess we don't. Denki chuckled uncomfortably. Yeah, I didn't think this through too well. Izuku, feeling bad for the guy Kachin dubbed Sparkplug, decided to steer the conversation. So, what happened with Mineta? Denki frowned. I finally realized I needed to meet new people, basically. Izuku nodded, feeling remorseful. I see. So, you wanted to just talk. Denki stared at his food for a moment before giving Izuku an awkward smile. Kinda. I heard you're having girl trouble. Izuku stared deadpan at Denki. The blonde grinned further. You alright? How? Jairu overheard you and Uraraka. He gave an apologetic smile. Izuku crimsoned, putting one hand over his face. Why did I say anything in the common room? Denki patted Izuku on the back. It's okay, bro. I'm not here to make fun of you or anything. I just figured you might want someone to talk to about it. 'Cause the prez is, not about that life at all. Izuku gave sympathetic regard to his friend. It seemed everyone knew that about poor Ida. I see. Not that I don't appreciate the offer, Kaminari. But I'm not sure it's something I should talk about. Denki flicked an eyebrow. Why? There was a sigh as Izuku ruminated. Because the person in question is someone I shouldn't have feelings for. Squinting hard, Kaminari responded. What's wrong with liking someone? Because they're already in a relationship. Amongst other things. He mentally added. Denki's eyes widened as he scratched the back of his head. Oh. Ouch, I'm sorry to hear that, man. But I still don't see why you can't tell me who they are. If it makes you feel better, I promise I won't tell anyone. Izuku looked dead straight at Denki. You swear? This is really important, Kaminari. I'm serious. The thunderous teen raised a hand to his chest. Cross my heart and hope to die. Izuku sighed once more, facing his meal. I think I have a crush on Ryukyu. Denki stared for a long, silent moment, leaving Izuku to sweat and wonder if he had just royally screwed everything up. What must have only been a few seconds felt like hours to the greenette. Just as Izuku was about to speak from dread, Kaminari laughed. Seriously, all that drama over a hero crush. Come on, man, everyone has one of those. Izuku had a deeply puzzled and slightly annoyed look on his face. I mean, I didn't know Ryukyu had a boyfriend. But either way, the point is that we all want things we can't have. For example, I'm way into Miruko, but I know that's not happening. He then pointed his finger at Izuku. Not to make you feel worse or anything, but even if Ryukyu didn't have a boyfriend, I don't see that happening either way. Izuku brought his hands together and shuffled uncomfortably. I know that, Kaminari. But I have to work with her in my work study now, and I shouldn't allow myself to feel this way in the first place. It's wrong. Look, while I totally get that it sucks to be in touching distance of something you want but can't have, there's nothing wrong with liking someone else's girl so long as you accept that you can't have them. Izuku frowned. But Denki rolled his eyes. Dude, if her boyfriend is so uptight that he can't deal with other guys ogling his hot, famous girlfriend, then he shouldn't have dated a top hero in the first place. Izuku was stunned by Denki's dismissal. It's not on you to feel guilty all the time about finding an attractive woman to be attractive. You can't control that. If people could control stuff like that, people wouldn't fight over stupid SHT on the internet. I don't know, Kaminari. He sighed. Midoriya, look. Do you have any plans to steal away Ryukyu? Izuku shot up, flustered. No. Denki folded his arms. Do you intend to respect their relationship and keep your distance? Of course. Denki threw up his hands. Then, what's the problem? Izuku stilled, slumping back down. I guess I don't know. I just feel bad. Denki relaxed with a sigh. Look, dude, I can tell you're a good guy, and you mean well and all. But you can't do impossible standards like that, man. I mean, what are you? A martyr? No, I'm not, or at least not trying to be. I guess you have a point. Izuku had to concede that Kaminari was mainly correct. What good was it to make himself feel guilty over something he couldn't control? So long as he didn't do anything inappropriate toward Ryukyu, he was doing all he could. Denki grinned. Demonstrate I do. But I gotta say, you have great taste in women, Midoriya. The green teen blushed with an awkward smile. Ryukyu is a pretty amazing hero. Yep, she also has a great pair of legs. Izuku, who had somehow managed to maintain wrist control over his chopsticks this entire time, finally dropped their contents back into his bowl. Pardon, he said, turning full tomato. Denki raised his index finger. I mean, have you seen her hero suit? That dress really shows how great her legs are. She ain't no Miruko, but she ain't half bad either. Izuku was speechless. He became tongue-tied, having no idea what to say. Denki had a nostalgic grin on his face. Yeah, Miruko does that to me too. Man, I could die happy if she just crushed my head between her thighs. Izuku stared agape, only able to utter the first thing that popped into his head. You really like legs, don't you, Kaminari? Denki flicked a thumb at himself with a proud grin. You're dimmin' right, I do. I'm a certified legman. Izuku pondered if that was an actual certification. Would being a male leg doctor make you a certified legman? But what about you, Midoriya? What do you like about Ryukyu? Denki jutted a finger at Izuku. Well, she's really nice and dash, Denki waved a finger. No, I mean physically. There's something you like about her bod, right? Izuku scratched the back of his head. This doesn't feel appropriate, Kaminari. Denki put a hand on his hip. Oh, come on, don't be that way, dude. There has to be something. Izuku tried to come up with something harmless as a response, despite how badly he didn't want to. But instead, all he could think about was all the loose ends he had about Ryukyu's quirk in his notes. Specifically, his mind drifted to her births, which grew in size rather than shrank in her dragon form. It just didn't make any sense. BRSTs were far from aerodynamic. And reptiles didn't BRSTFD. Izuku mumbled, losing himself in his thoughts and almost forgetting the world around him. Her births. Denki nodded with a look of deep understanding on his face. Ah, a classic boobman. I see you're a man of culture as well, Midoriya. He patted Izuku on the shoulder. Izuku freaked. That's not what I dash. Denki raised a hand. It's cool, bro. There's no need to be embarrassed. Every guy's got something they're into. Nothing wrong with that, so long as you aren't a sick freak about it. Dash. Denki kept his hand on Izuku's shoulder, sweeping his free hand across the expanse in front of them. You appreciate all parts of a woman. Who they are and what they have. Izuku, meanwhile, was too busy wondering if someone wanting to get their head crushed by a person's thighs made them a, quote, sick freak. So, he just nodded and reacted uncomfortably. Denki raised his index finger once more. That's what separates guys like us from guys like Mineta. Dash. Denki snapped his fingers and tried to make himself look intelligent. For example, Miruko. What are her good points? He pointed at Izuku. Izuku suspected that the more time he spent with Kaminari, the more he'd hear about Miruko. Well, she's the top heroine in the country, and she's beaten almost as many villains as Endeavor has. The Greenette replied with no small amount of bewilderment. Denki gave a thumbs up. Exactly, she also has a great, crazy, wild personality, and she's mega hot on top of it. See my point? Izuku sighed, surrendering to the situation. Yeah, I suppose. Thanks, Kaminari. He smiled. Denki grinned, slapping Izuku repeatedly on the back. No prob, dude. Izuku lurched a bit from the repeated smacks until a thought struck him. Wait, how long have I been sitting here? Izuku immediately broke into a frenzy, picking up his chopsticks and practically inhaling his food, his esophagus seemingly defying physics to accommodate the salvo entering his gullet. Denki, who could only stare at the horror show displayed by Izuku, thought to himself, I have no idea what I just witnessed, but it did not look healthy. Izuku thumped his chest to get down the food. When he finally finished, he turned to Denki. I'm sorry to leave like this, Kaminari, but I need to get to my work study. He bowed. Denki waved and nodded. No worries, my man. You gotta do what you gotta do, don't let me keep you. Izuku smiled back. Thanks. We should do this again sometime. Denki grinned back, giving a thumbs up. Sure. Same time, same place. Izuku then grabbed his suitcase and deposited the remains of his meal in the bin. Rushing out the door of the cafeteria, he thought to himself, who knew? Kaminari can be surprisingly wise. Still very perverted, though. As Izuku finally made his way out of the building, he saw two familiar figures. Hey, Deku. Uraraka said. Hi, Midoriya. Azui waved. Izuku stopped his run. Hey, what's up? Uraraka spoke up first. You're on your way to Ryukyu's, right? Yeah, I'm kinda in a hurry. Both Uraraka and Azui smiled. Guess what? We're coming too. Uraraka gestured. Izuku couldn't keep the surprise off his face. Whoa, really? Azui continued. Yep, we decided that if Midoriya was putting in such a big effort, then we should too. Ribbit. Izuku smiled. Thanks, girls. It'll be good to have some familiar faces over there. Uraraka pointed out. We really should get going though. We might miss the train at this rate. Alarm returned to Izuku's face. Oh, right, let's go. All three students rushed to the train station, sprinting all the way. Izuku's chest swelled, feeling like life was finally getting better again. Denki continued to eat his meal, smiling and satisfied with his newfound friendship. Jair was right. Talking to Midoriya was a good idea. While considering what he should do after he finished lunch, he felt a chill run down his spine. Confusion and terror took Denki as he swiveled his head around, his mouth full of hamburger hunks. Sweat fell down his brow as he tried to locate the source of this anxiety. He had no idea how he knew, but he could tell it was coming from somewhere. Its intensity screamed at him to notice. Then he saw it. Denki halted as he saw a dark, shadowy figure sitting in a far corner of the room. The blonde squinted his eyes to make out the figure, and terror took him as his eyes became bloodshot. It was Mineta. In full Gendu Ikari pose, staring intently at him. A dark aura seemed to encompass Mineta's form. Denki shivered and turned his head away. If I don't look, he can't see me. Denki then quickly glanced back, curiosity getting the better of him. What he saw could only be described as concentrated fury. Denki glanced away again in sheer horror. Oh, see, he can totally see me. But why is he staring like that? Is he going to kill me? Denki got up from his seat, running to the exit with his cheeks still bloated by unswallowed hamburgers. I have to get out of here. As he reached the exit, he looked back to where he last saw Mineta. And the small boy was gone. Nowhere to be seen. Denki held himself. What in the hell is going on, man? Ryuko had just returned from lunch, and Eri was with her in her office. The pro, messaging her temples, tried to alleviate the headache from Tempest, who frequently complained about how gross eating was. Did you have to be that obnoxious? Ryuko pondered. You don't get it. Not only do I have to watch, I also have to feel the whole process. The chewing, the swallowing, the digesting. Tempest performed an exaggerated retch before continuing. It's like being forced to watch a stream while zoomed in on people's mouths as they eat while you're strapped to a chair, only like 10 times worse. Ryuko had to admit thinking about it that way, it sounded terrible. Are you okay, Mama? Eri pondered. Ryuko figured now was as good a time as any to tell Eri about Tempest. I'm fine, Eri. Do you remember what you told me about Storm? Yeah, the voice in Mama's head. Ryuko gave a proud grin. Well, I just met the voice in my head recently. Eri had a look of awe. Really, you met Storm? I did, but my voice goes by a different name. She calls herself Tempest. Tempest? Eri asked, almost testing the name in her mouth. Yep, she wants to be different from Storm, so she gave herself a different name. Eri nodded happily. Okay, I'll make sure to call her Tempest. Aw, she's so cute. Why can't I pinch her cheeks? This is so unfair. Ryuko smiled widely at the girl. Thank you, Eri. Tempest appreciates it. Knock knock. Ryuko turned to face the noise coming from the double doors of her office, hearing a familiar voice call out. We're here, Ryukyu. I remembered to knock this time. Why did I say that? Midoriya called. Ryuko heard several giggles follow that, 2 of which belonged to people she hadn't heard from in quite some time. He is such a dork. An adorable dork. Ryuko shook her head, smiling. Come on in. The doors open. At her call, the doors opened, and in filed her 4 current interns. One of whom was notably embarrassed at himself. But Ryuko couldn't really focus on that, as she felt what she now recognized as her mark-driven instincts rise once more. The way Midoriya was currently surrounded by girls was certainly not helping matters. Ryuko tried to focus, reciting to herself. I am more than my instincts. I can do this. I am not bothered by any of this. Eri glanced at Azui and Uraraka, quickly nodding to herself. She then rushed over to Izuku. Midoriya. She squealed, hugging his leg. Uraraka and Azui had looks of confusion written on their faces. What's Eri doing here? Uraraka mouthed. I thought she was still at you. Azui croaked. Ryuko took a steadying breath. I took her in because she sees me as her mother. A certain issue came up with her her mother. Uraraka shouted. Ryuko made an awkward smile. Yes, as I was saying Uraraka had stopped listening, going into panic-ridden detective mode. Beep, Eri sees Deku as her dad. She pointed agape at Midoriya. Ryuko stilled. You know about that? The dragoness looked at both Azui and Uraraka, and both nodded in confirmation. She then turned to look at Midoriya, who currently had the widest, look on his face she had ever seen. Midoriya, what did you do? Ryuko asked with careful alarm. Izuku shivered in place, almost like he had suddenly found himself stranded buck naked at the North Pole. I didn't think this would happen. I just told classmates where I went to meet with Eri and why. I left you out when I told them, though. Ryuko pinched the bridge of her nose. So, let me get this straight. When I go public with why I adopted Eri, your entire class will know about our situation. Izuku froze in place, uttering only a tiny, dry shriek as the color dissipated on his face, making him look as alive as All Might's hero career. But we're like super bad at keeping secrets. Not now, Tempest. Ryuko groaned with a hand over her eyes. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐬𝐚𝐫𝐲 whistled. Wow. This is like all those soap operas my mum watches. Uraraka cut in, still looking very confused and panicked. Can someone please explain what's going on? Ryuko sighed, looking back at her confused interns. As you have probably guessed, Eri sees us as her parents. In the world she's from, we are both adults, and he and I adopted her. She gestured to both Eri and Midoriya, while Uraraka and Azui were shocked and speechless. Just so we're perfectly clear here, while our other selves may be in a relationship, there is nothing between Midoriya and me. Our business is strictly professional. Understood? She gave them a steely glare as both Azui and Uraraka nodded vigorously. Understood, ma'am. They both replied. Ryuko closed her eyes, unleashing an intimidating demeanor to all in the room. The only reason we kept this secret was that we didn't want rumors circulating about this. I'm sure you both understand and will help keep this secret. She raised a brow at them. Yes, we understand. They spoke in unison again, their backs completely straight. Good. Ryuko said with only slight satisfaction. Well, you certainly know how to lay down the law. Hush, Tempest, I'm not finished yet. She turned to look at Midoriya, who looked like he wanted to spontaneously combust. She sighed. Midoriya. The boy dropped to the floor on his hands and knees. I'm so sorry, Ryukyu. This is all my fault. Ryuko tried once more. Midoriya. I should have thought harder about this. I've completely screwed everything up. Midoriya. Ryuko yelled. Izuku froze on the floor, remaining silent. Breathing a heavy sigh, Ryuko approached and kneeled next to him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Midoriya, I don't blame you for this. He looked up at her. But she spoke softly. Let me finish. We all make mistakes, and this is as much mine as it is yours. We should have communicated better. Instead, we made assumptions about what the other was doing. Izuku fell silent again. Guilt was still written on his face. But we can learn from this, Midoriya. Just because we make one mistake doesn't mean it's all over. I would think you know that better than most. Besides, if I remember correctly, you promised to stop apologizing to me so much. She smiled. Izuku continued his silence for a moment as a smile gradually formed on his face, and he finally picked himself up off the floor. Yeah, I did. Sir, thank you, Ryukyu. Don't mention it, she said, walking back to her desk. In the corner of her eye, Ryuko could see Eri looking dejected off to the side. I'll need to address that too. Sitting back in her chair and clearing her throat, the pro gestured to all her interns. Right, now that we've gotten that out of the way, we should get back to business. After all, this is a hero agency, not a drama club. The interns all stood straight and poised in acknowledgement. Today will be relatively simple. After you four get changed, you will all be going out on patrol together. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐚𝐫𝐲, you will be in charge. This will test to see if you are ready to lead other less experienced heroes by yourself. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐚𝐫𝐲 nodded, throwing a fist into the air. I'll do my best. Ryuko raised a stern finger at 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐚𝐫𝐲. Remember, your duty this time is not just to the public but to the heroes around you. If things look bad, I expect you to call for backup. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐚𝐫𝐲 gave a firm nod. Got it. Ryuko turned to the rest of her interns. The rest of you are to follow 𝐒𝐻𝐼R's directions, understood? The 3 first years nodded firmly in unison. Yes, ma'am. Ryuko waved her hand. Then off you go. Time's wasting. With that, all the interns filed out of the room, making their way to the changing rooms. Once they left, Ryuko turned to face Eri. What's the matter, sweetie? Eri looked up at her mother figure. I tried to keep it secret, but Auntie Tsu and Auntie Oka found out anyway. I know you did, and you did a great job. What happened is not your fault. Ryuko gestured to her lap with a smile. Eri walked up and climbed into Ryuko's lap. But it's my fault that Auntie 𝐒𝐻𝐼R found out. Ryuko patted Eri's head, rubbing reassuring circles into her back. And I keep telling you it wasn't. I should have told you sooner that it was supposed to be a secret, Eri. You don't need to keep blaming yourself like this. Trust me, it will do you no good. The girl said glumly. Ryuko grinned and made an offer. Why don't you see your father before he goes out on patrol? I'm sure talking to him will make you both feel better. Can I? Eri asked excitedly. Absolutely, Eri. Ryuko gestured to the door. Eri leapt out of Ryuko's lap and raced out the door. Thanks, Mama. Eri shouted, leaving a proud smile on Ryuko's face. Ryuko then laid back on her chair and sat poised, waiting. Are they all gone? They seem to be, as far as I can tell. Ryuko then breathed out a huge sigh. My God. I swear these days just keep getting longer. She held her head in her hands. You held it together pretty well there, Ryuko. You even touched him and still kept your coolio. Tempest paused in thought. I mean, you had a little episode when you first saw him, but otherwise. You say that, but I'm not even sure I'm alive. She slumped in her chair. Yeah. That was pretty rough back there. Ryuko felt the urge to slam her head into the desk. I mean, for crying out loud, how did I not consider that he might have already told people? Tempest tried to be encouraging. A big secret is like Swiss cheese, Ryuko. No matter how many holes you plug, you're bound to miss one of them. Ryuko groaned. And don't even get me started with getting a random phone call from UA saying that Uravity and Froppy would be back. It's like all of this just falls into my lap, and I just have to deal with it. Well, it all worked out in the end, right? It didn't hurt the plan. Midoriya is out there, and we're in here. No chance of screwing anything up. Unless our scatterbrained 𝐒𝐻𝐼R can't deal with managing 3 people. I could have done without that last part, Tempest. Ryuko and Tempest had devised a plan to reduce the stress on the mark by finding work for Midoriya that kept him at a distance but well within reason where what was happening wouldn't be transparent. In this case, they used 𝐒𝐻𝐼R, considering it was time for the girl to prove herself, given her multiple years of experience. What they hadn't counted on was 2 of Ryuko's interns making a return from leave out of nowhere. Tempest made a regretful sigh. Sorry. Still, you did well. You even cheered up, Eri. Ryuko placed a hand on her forehead. I suppose. I still have no idea how I got through all that. For a moment there, it felt like the mark had gotten stronger. Tempest hummed with amusement. Perhaps fear is the answer. Maybe we should put you in a constant state of being terrified of other things. That way, you don't have time to think about Midoriya. That does not sound healthy. I guess it doesn't. But I'd have a lot of fun with it. That makes it sound even worse. Ryuko reached for a glass of water. She took a moment to stare at it. Why couldn't this be alcohol? Try not to develop a drinking habit, Ryuko. I might not, technically, be a doctor, but that does not sound healthy. You're not my mother, Tempest. Ryuko grumbled, somehow finding a way to slump into the chair further. Tempest made a thoughtful hum. A noise Ryuko had come to learn was something Tempest only did when she thought she was clever and witty. Look on the bright side, Ryuko. Our mate is just as much of a screw-up as we are. When he's older, you two can bond over that. Ryuko took a long sip. That's not helping. She made her best attempt to glare at Tempest, which only accomplished her making a bizarre expression, with her eyes nearly rolled into the back of her skull, coupled with a deep scowl. Ryuko then heard chortling reverberating in her skull. I disagree. I feel better already. The worst. Ryuko sighed, now staring at the ceiling. Tempest giggled. I know. Uraraka, Azui, and 𝐻𝐽𝐺 were all getting changed together. All three of them were now very used to the idea of getting changed around other women. However, something ate away at Uraraka, so much so that she had to voice her thoughts. Does anyone want to talk about what happened back there? Azui put a finger to her cheek. It was pretty crazy. I mean, Ryukyu and Midoriya being Eri's parents in another world. 𝐻𝐽𝐺 shrugged. It's old news to me. Uraraka gawked at 𝐻𝐽𝐺. You knew. 𝐻𝐽𝐺 turned to face Uraraka. Yep, I did. Eri told me. Uraraka turned back around. I see. Do you think there's really nothing going on between them? 𝐻𝐽𝐺 tilted her head. Yeah, it's not like Ryukyu would lie about that. Deku isn't really her type. I don't think. Probably. Uraraka flushed red. Forget I said anything. I'm just being paranoid. 𝐻𝐽𝐺's head tilted further. Why would you be paranoid? A look of understanding hit her face. Oh, you like Deku. She pointed excitedly. Uraraka became frantic. WhatIf? Azui sighed. Oka, don't deny it. You're terrible at hiding it anyway. Ribbit. The gravity girl freaked. Tsu. 𝐻𝐽𝐺 ran up and put her hands on Uraraka's shoulders. It's okay. Your secret is safe with me. Why do I seriously doubt that? Azui ribbited dismissively. Don't worry, Oka. I have absolute certainty that nothing will come of this. Uraraka, trying to break free of 𝐻𝐽𝐺's surprisingly firm grip, looked at Azui with uncertainty. What makes you so sure? Call it precognition. She ribbited with finality. Precognition is another word for trust, right? 𝐻𝐽𝐺 asked needlessly energetically. Both Azui and Uraraka stared at 𝐻𝐽𝐺, leaving the blue girl to look back and forth between them. What? Meanwhile, Izuku was about to finish changing after a brief yet excruciating session of berating himself in solitude. Until the urge to continue admonishing himself came back with a vengeance. Oh my god. I told Kaminari I have a crush on Ryukyu. Izuku was now starting to panic. His mind was racing at the possibilities of what Kaminari might think and do after Ryukyu went public. He dragged his hand down his face, beating his head against the wall. Why do I keep screwing up? He sighed, looking down at himself. There was only one thing he could do. The next time he saw Kaminari, Izuku had to explain the situation and guarantee that the blonde didn't spread it around. He would have to do that with all his classmates anyway. And that was a mess all to itself. Well, Kaminari already promised once, right? He breathed slowly to try and calm himself down. Izuku then finished putting his suit on and stepped out of the change room. Meet him was Eri. Hi, Papa. The girl waved. Izuku tried to push his thoughts to the back of his mind, smiled, and knelt down, placing a hand on Eri's head. Hey Eri. How are things? Pagus. The girl shifted in place, looking at her feet. Izuku gave her a concerned look. Is something wrong, Eri? Auntie Oka and Auntie Tsu found out the secret. I didn't help. Izuku gave a sad smile. Eri, that's not your fault. It's my fault they found out. That's what Mama said. She said it was her fault too. Why do you guys keep blaming yourselves for everything? The girl asked with annoyance. Izuku couldn't help but smile at that. I guess me and your mama both like to take on more responsibility than we can handle. He scratched the back of his head. Eri made a frown. Well, that's silly. She folded her arms. Izuku's grin only grew wider. You know what, Eri? It really is. He couldn't quite put how he felt right now into words. Somehow, it was like a fog had cleared his mind. Ryukyu and Eri were right. He was better than this. He was better than allowing himself to feel guilty beyond what was in his control. Even Kaminari had pointed that out to him. Right now, he needed to focus on what was in front of him, not on mistakes he couldn't fix yet. At this epiphany, the door to the women's changing room suddenly opened, and all the girls stepped out, noticing Izuku and Eri. Oh. Hey you two, what's up? 𝐻𝐽𝐺 blurted. Izuku looked at them. Okay. Eri and I were just talking about silly heroes. Eri nodded with proud satisfaction. Mama and Papa are big dummies. Everyone laughed at Eri's proclamation. Azui commented through her giggles. Eri, I'm not sure you should say that about Ryukyu. Ribbit. Uraraka, calming down before everyone else, turned to Izuku. So, I have to ask. Just so we're clear. Why didn't you tell us about this earlier? He sighed. I'm sorry. It's not that I didn't trust any of you. It's just that it wasn't only my secret to keep, and Ryukyu is far more at risk than I am. Uraraka gave a smile of recognition. I see. I understand, Dekun. Azui placed a questioning finger on her cheek. So, are we gonna get the deets or? She tilted her head. Izuku smiled. We'll walk and talk. We still have a patrol to do, after all. Izuku turned back to Eri. Take care with your mama, okay? We're both big dummies after all. Eri smiled and gave a salute. You can count on me, Papa. Izuku stood up and started to walk to the elevator when he remembered something. And Eri, I have something I want to ask you. But it can wait till I get back. He whispered. Oh, okay, Papa. Satisfied, he called out and turned back around. All right, let's go. Azui and Uraraka stared at Izuku's back in slight awe as he left, then turned to each other and grinned before following him. Nijire just looked around her, confounded, whining as she chased after them. Hey, I'm supposed to be in charge.